What up, what up? How's it going, everybody? How are we doing today? Man, I had an eventful day. I saved the little hedgehog from dying. I'm gonna show you the pictures a little bit later. Or the videos, rather. What up, what up? All right, we got a lot of things planned. I want to give you an update on the real-life rota. But that's going to be a little bit later once everybody comes in. For now, we're just going to start up Illuvium, start some daily quests, and then we're going to look at the Kieran Sam Stefania interview. Good day, Phobos. What up, what up? Alright, here we go. Let's check out the daily quests. When do the weekly quests reset? 6 encounters in stage 2. 3 cured epic shards. 12 encounters in stage 1. 30 shard fragments, nah. 5 tier 1 illuvials. 5 tier 0 illuvials, nah. Okay, that's our list for daily quests for today. Flood! What up, what up? I watched the interview, want some spoilers? Obviously not. We're gonna watch it in a bit. First a little bit. First a few daily quests. How many? 3 epic shards. Got them ready. Stage 1. One stage 1, one stage 2 run basically to finish the dailies. Was the interview good though? You liked it? Alright, let's see. Let's see all the perfect stat illuvials that we got yesterday. I got a Cara Blue. Perfect Cara Blue right here. Pretty good Chocoral. Look at that flare. What a beauty. What a freaking beauty. Most important for me right now is that all our perfect stat Illuvials are the highest level of the ones we have. Let's check the Tiru. This one is level 30. Okay, we gotta keep the Tiru. Lynx should be the best one already, no? Is level 1. Okay, so we can remove the links. What about Rota? This one is level 18. There's one with 20. Alright, gotta keep the Rota. Gorilla level 17. Probably have a higher level one there. There's one with 20. Chuko, 18. Alright, Chuko is our highest level. Gara Blue surely needs some levels. Great the Gorilla. This one is 24. There's one with 38. Shit. Alright, we need to get over level 38. And then Karadulu. This one is 24. There's one with 37. Which is damn near perfect. Not really, though. I think I bought a good Archie as well. Yep, that one. Best Archie we got, level 16. That's our highest Archie. That's perfect. Don't need to level it for now. Chocol. This one is pretty good. This one just needs Omega power. This one is pretty good. Thought we had a better app. Player all have bad levels. The good one is level 4. There's one level 5. Our Goliath is pretty good, eh? Well, not really. Missing resistance. Our Bomba Gyro, just missing resistance, is already level 50. And then the Cuculus, we have 31, so we still need to level this one. That's kinda it, I think. Our good Lura is level 14. Its highest level. Still need to level the Matu. Still need to level the Quinks. We got a perfect Ray, I think. There it is. Level 7. Highest level. Perfect. Revo. Still looking for a perfect Revo. We got this one, missing resistances. Got a perfect Tatsumi now, I think. There it is. That's level 19. Highest level, nice. TNT, 21, gotta level that one. And then Tiru. Vermilia, missing some Omega power. That Wink is pretty good, just missing attack speed. And this one is just missing health. So here we can try to fuse soon, those two, and then we need a third one. Alright, let's go like this for now. Assuming Vlad is Romanian from the name. Not bad. Vlad could be many names, no? Pretty good guess. He said some things that I had to rewatch to make sure I heard it right. Romanian here too. Didn't expect so many Romanians in this game. The QA team is also mostly Romanian. Romania! Alright, that's our team for today. Go stage 1, Brightland Steps. 12 fights. Capture tier 1 Illuvials, 12 encounters in stage 1. Alright.
Gotcha.
Can check some marketplace stuff on the side. Rota. I need 4 perfect stats, not movement speed. Let's see. 12 bucks floor price. Yikes. What about a Revo? 2 bucks, just missing attack speed. 20 bucks missing attack speed. What about a Wink? 250. Just missing attack speed. Nothing worth capturing here. So let's just counter air and nature with fire. Yeah, I'm excited to watch the interview. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be good. Do you think they will add new Illuvials to the game soon? No, I don't think they're gonna come soon. But we will get a new set. But I think we should wait a long time until that happens. But basically it's determined by the bonding curve. Another Rayleigh and again in Brightland steps. That's insane. I find one every day. Every day we find another Rayleigh. So basically, it gets harder and harder to capture Illuvials the more they get captured. It's kind of like in real life, right? The more lions you kill, the less there are. And once we get to a certain number, then they will disappear forever and we get a new set. But this will probably still take 6 to 12 months. Hey! Almost 4 stats maxed out. Definitely gonna capture that one. 2 Earth. So we could go with water here. Maybe some fire. Number 3, fire. Kill the earth early on. And we should be good. Let's see it. Easy peasy. Easy fight. We only got 2 tries to capture the Rayleigh. So I think it's a tier 1. Shit, I forgot to make tier 1 shards. God damn. So it's gotta be a tier 2 shard. Oh, that's really bad. I forgot to craft tier 1 shards. Yikes. Alright, I guess we're not capturing a lot, except like stage 3 and stuff like that. We lost the tier 2 shard. We lost the 93%. That is crazy, my man. We just hit a 7% chance. We're lucky today. Wow. Can we do it 2 times in a row? I didn't think so. Alright, let's see that big boy. Yes, you got the moves. So cool. Great way to start your day. Yeah, it's my lucky day. 7%? Not bad. Not bad at all. What's today? Friday or Thursday? Today's Friday, right? It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. You guys excited for the weekend? Frank Jr. Gomez, welcome. How's it going? How are we feeling today? You ready for the weekend? Oof. Really bad stats all around. Bunch of air illuvials, so I think free fire will do the trick. There goes the Kuka. Hey, why wasn't our player stunned there by the Kuka cast? That's weird. Got him. Right, don't let me forget to craft some tier 1 shards, guys. Super important. Wow, wow. Nice dodge to the gorillas. Dodge the gyro roll, the rotor roll. Do-do-do. Wow, 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 wow. Links. No links. Alright, we're already 4 out of 12 fights. Ooh, there's a Meol in the back there. Crazy. Just used 2 tier 5 shards on a stage 1 run. Not what I expected, but I got a decent dash and a flood. Nice. How good are they, though? If they're not really good stats, it's not really worth it, right? Or you just wanted them. Didn't really matter if it's worth it. Pretty close, but we got him. Not that close, actually. Fuck, I didn't check the stats. Yikes. Man, I can't wait to show you the videos from the hedgehog that I found. I'm gonna do it after the stage 1 run, okay? we have a little story time. Because he almost died. I think he was very close to dying. I think I saved him. Sheesh, there's a lot of stuff. I gotta start shooting some rocks. Let's see the mule. Pretty good for a stage 1 run. Check the stats, check the stats, check the stats. Banana. Nope. Nope. Not really, but we can try tier 3 shard 16% or something. 3 airs, so we're gonna bring out fire guys again. I think it should be enough. I think we should focus the mule first. DD. Let's see it. Yes, all 3 on the mule, that's perfect. Main damage dealer is gone. And now it's a 3-on-1. Da-na-na-na. Hello, Mr. Mule. Some tier 3 shards. 13.77%. Flood with 220%. Max Omega. And dash 210% with max attack speed, Omega, and resistance. Nice. Yeah, I guess it's worth for those. Come on, we just lost a 93% chance. We can win a 17%. Right, Hilde? It's not too much to ask, I think. Hey! Good stuff. Good stuff. Look at that cutie. He doesn't have an animation, he's just sitting there chilling. Kinda reminds me of that hedgehog I found. Good stuff. Tier 3 shard for a tier 4 Illuvium in a stage 1 run. Alright, let's see what else we can get. We still need 4 tier 1 Illuvials, but I don't think we'll capture them in this run, since we don't have the tier 1 shards. And since we don't capture a lot of Illuvials, it's time to shoot down some rocks. Halfway there, 6 fights already done. Here comes number 7. I sent you some tier 1 shards, so you don't have to waste tier 2 for daily. Thank you, Sanek. That's very kind of you. Do they appear already now, or do I have to relog, you think? That is very kind of you. Now I don't feel so bad anymore for overpaying for the Illuvium I bought from you yesterday. Which, no offense, it was just my bad. Hey, that's a good Atlas. Gonna use a tier 1 shard on that. Four rogues, 3 tries on the Atlas. Beautiful. I think you should have them. Let's see. Otherwise I can relog right here. That's really cool. I didn't even think about that. Let's see it. Hey, we got him. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Perfect timing for the Atlas. With pretty good stats. 60% capture chance. There hasn't been a lot of Atlas captured, I guess, because usually I get less than 60% on tier 1, stage 1. Yeah. Look at that bad boy. Almost perfect. Just missing 20 on resistance, 10 on Omega. We'll take it. We'll definitely take it. And then the rest will leave. I also want to update my Ascendant Arena team with all the Illuvials that I want to level. All my best Illuvials. Because then we just can spam some Ascendant Arena just to level up our Illuvials. I think that would be good. Free experience, basically. Vermilia, still looking for perfect Vermilia. Maybe it's this one. Dude, I lost all my shots here. Here we go. Sometimes it doesn't count. We're still on 6 out of 12 fights, even though this was our 7th fight. Maybe it will update after this fight, so then we have 8. Air and nature. So fire will do well, but our fire is losing some integrity already. Pretty low. I think this should do it, but maybe we bring in one more tank. Just for good measure. And now we definitely should have it. Check the stats. Nope. Maybe, actually. Oof, also really good. Hey, they're all decent. They're all decent, but not perfect. Let's leave it. I think I want to buy that wink. Just gotta check how our other winks are looking. So this one is just missing health. This one is just missing attack speed. Alright. So we could buy this one. This is also just missing attack speed for 250. Alright, that's just been unlisted. No way. No way. Alright, fair enough. Game Titan. Are you here? Did you see me look at your wink and you unlisted it? Should have bought it right away. No biggie though. Is that a Kukurov? Hey, the second stage 3 in the same encounter here. And we land on top of him.
Gotcha. Here we go.
2 for 250 here for the Chuko. It's pretty good. Maybe we get those. Try to get a perfect Chuko. Maybe I should stop buying good stat Illuvials though, because we don't know what's gonna happen with re-rolling, right? But that's a bit scary. We got them both. On the way to our perfect Chocoral. Kukurov. Full Omega power. Not bad. And a Twine. Wait, what? A tier 3 stage 2 is less rare than a tier 1 stage 3. Alright. I want to have both of them, ideally. They cost both 55. It would be nice to have more, at least like 111. Kind of like that. Probably is it best to burst down the Kuka or the Kukurov? I think Kukurov. Get rid of the big guy first. Maybe we should have used some consumables. Ow, our unit split. That is really bad. Otherwise, we could burst down the Kukurov a bit faster. We should be good, though. Kukurov dying. Yeah, we good, we good. You don't have energy for both? God damn, you're right. Hard decisions to make. Well, I guess we're going for the Kukurov. Or should we check the Illuvidex? What's worth less? Kukurov, 17 cents. Twine, 26 cents. I thought so. It's weird that the Kukurov gets shown before the Twine. Tier 3 shard, 36%. That's all we're gonna give it. It would be easy to catch the Kukurov though. So let's see, if the Twine doesn't want to come, we're gonna catch the other one. If you watched the interview, you would see that Kieran confirms the gyms are only for levels, not re-rolling. Stop with the spoilers, Phobos. Just because you can wait till today to watch it together. Don't ruin it for me. And I'm not necessarily talking about gyms. I'm talking about burning Illuvials to increase the stats of your Illuvials. Also, Kieran has spoken against that, but I think it is just too good of an idea. And if we implement that, it just has to be so expensive to do it that it's not really worth it, and it doesn't like tank the prices of perfect stat Illuvials. You know, for example, my world first Ramfire, I can try to increase his stats, but it's gonna be so expensive that it would be better to just buy a better Ramfire, basically. But I'm still gonna do it, even though it's not worth it, because it's a world first. I have like emotional value attached to it, and I wanna upgrade its stats. Like I would have to burn, I don't know, 2 Ramfires to get 1 perfect stat Ramfire, or something like this, you know? Or even more. Something crazy expensive. So there is the burn mechanic in the game. We can increase stats, but it's economically not really worth it to not devalue perfect stat Illuvials and to not flood the system with them. That's what I would like to see, basically. Fuck, it was a bit too fast. We're collapsing already, which means we gotta get in the last few fights really fast. To the Airgun Rift. Let's say, what is it, 630, 640? If we find something perfect set, we can capture it, worst case. Where is the Agon Rift at? Guess they're over there. I tried to help on the decision of buying sets. Fair enough. King Terra links, alright. Alright, I think fuck capturing Illuvials, just get the 12 encounters, so we are... Where's all the other Agon Rifts? What the hell? Alright, let's just fight. Let's get the 12 fights in. Fuck it. We have 3 minutes. If the game shifts its focus toward rewards in Ascendant mode, do you think they will eliminate the option for players to import other players' decks? I think that's a bug. I don't think that's a feature that they actually wanted to do. You're not supposed to just play with others' Illuvials. You're supposed to actually own them yourself, you know? So for me, it's very surprising that that's the case right now, and I think it's a bug. Burn one Ramfire to random reroll one stat on a Ramfire? Yeah, something like this. Like crazy expensive to reroll stats, but at least we have a burn mechanic. And not everybody's just gonna burn away all their Illuvials, but some are gonna do it. I just wish I could increase the stats on my world first Ramfire. This would be my dream. To actually have it be able to be used in Leviathan. So it doesn't just sit on my bench forever. This reminds me, we could still try to get some world first Dark Holos probably, right? Because Dark Holos also have their own SPL number now, right? Holos and Dark Holos have like their own number in the Illuvidex. And there must be like almost all the high stage Illuvials must still not have a world first Dark Holo. But that sounds pretty expensive. That would be a cool search feature for the homepage. To search world first Illuvials. I have a 290% seer, so it would be risky for me to reroll that 40%. Yeah, I think if it is like super expensive to the point where it's almost not worth it, it should at least be guaranteed to upgrade. If you randomly reroll it, then it shouldn't be like super expensive. Maybe you can only do it 5 times, 10 times per Illuvial. It's decently expensive, but it's very risky. Because you might roll shitty stats. Alright, one more fight right here. And then we have the quest for stage 1 completed. And we go stage 2. Capture 3 more tier 1 Illuvials, 6 fights, plus the experience hopefully, and we're done with the old world dailies. I think all first Dark Holo except tier 5 have been minted. Oh yeah? Still limited number of Holos and Dark Holos. Then I need to get to work. I don't think they're limited. They just have a certain chance of appearing. Those two with my Ranger Enchanted Toxic is just such a good combo. It's crazy. Alright, let's harvest some rocks. Then now I'm gonna give you a little update on my real life Rota, my real life hedgehog. Check that he's not running away, because he's right here inside next to me actually. Alright, let me get that 4 mint harvests right here somewhere. We take anything. Oh, there's some rocks here. Perfect. Oh no, oh no. Oh, I thought I was gonna die. 1, 2, 3, and we're out. Perfect. Clean. One more fight for the experience. Gotcha.
Here we go.
I know Alexa went crazy with tier 4 first Dark Holo. First Dark Holo Seer, Jotun Flood. I don't know about Umber. Gazier. Crazy. Must have been so expensive, dude. Alexa got the money. The other day I thought it would be funny if it's Alexa from I Did a Thing. You know I Did a Thing? This mate in there is called Alexa. Do we know where Alexa is from? Is it Australia?
You're too much of a waste for space.
All right, get out of here. We can probably check it in here, right? I don't. Oh, Dark Holo. We can also check in here, I guess. Dark Holo. Everything. I guess let's check for tier 4 stage 3s. Listed. There's only Jotun, Gazier, and Seer. So there's no Scoriox. What else is there here? Blaze Knight. I would assume like stage 2 is all done already by now. Pinch, Furiox, Fur Knight. Yeah, there's a bunch. Damn! It's a perfect stat, Gazier Dark Holo. That's insane. Even though you don't even need attack speed and attack damage. That is fucked up. Jolton, no attack speed and attack damage? That kinda sucks. Everything else perfect. Still pretty good. That is crazy. Paid like 1k for Flare, Dark Holo, and so on. Cost them a few thousands. Yeah. How many tier 4s do we have? Blaze Knight, Scoriox, Umber. I think those are the 3 that are not there yet, right? Is there another way to get cheap when buying fuel, like your content a month ago? At the moment, the best way to get cheap fuel is using Ethereum, because there you get the bonus. SLV2 doesn't have the bonus yet, but it will come. And yeah, you can check it out when you go to the fuel exchange. You can see you can see how much bonus you get. Like yesterday we had like a 3x up to a 5x or something. So if I buy 1,000 right now, I would get 3,400 bonus. So that's kind of how you can estimate the floor price. Here 3,500 and here probably more, also 3,500. So right now we have a 3.5x on your buy, which is pretty good. I always dollar cost average a little bit, right? Every day I buy a little bit more. So yeah, I would just every day check the fuel exchange and see how much bonus you get. But yeah, the bonus is only when you pay in Ethereum. By the way, since we're here, if you want to support my content creation, anybody, referral code right here in the account settings. If you add PAS, P-A-S-E-T, that supports the channel, supports the content creation. Thank you very much. You have to re-enter it every 30 days. You can do it, you don't have to wait 30 days. You can do it earlier than that. As soon as you put it in, it's going to be valid for 30 days. So if I want to get a Dark Holo Umber, which would be pretty darn crazy, the cheapest is 1,200. Wow. Yeah, Dark Holo, if you get like a Fern or a Dash, where there is no Dark Holo stage 3 yet, you're gonna get a lot of money. Fern of 800. It's shitty stats though. What about tier 5? There's no many tier 5, right? $23K, 1 million. Wow, good stats on the Ador. Oh, the Goliath. No way, Dark Holo Goliath. Perfect stats, pretty much. That is crazy. Who owns that? First finish. Alexa. I thought so. Probably gonna fuse it to a Titaner one day, huh? Alright, basically for Dark Holo, tier 4 and tier 5, if you're not crazy, stupid rich, it's just catch it or you'll never have it. At least at the moment. All right, let me give you an update on my cute little friend right here. So yesterday I found a hedgehog, real life Rota, and he was on the street, right? So I took him and put it in the garden so he can find a nice spot to chill in the winter. Here's another picture and the video. Super cute. He's pretty chill. He could roll up more. There you can see it. Trying to pet him, which he probably doesn't understand. And today I walk out into the garden, so a day later, and I see this. So he's like falling over, he can't even walk. And then sometimes he would just stop moving and not even breathe. And I thought I just witnessed him die right there on the spot. I was pretty sad about it. Like, I know, like, nature's just nature, right? The weak die. But since I just rescued him yesterday from the street and now this happened to him, I was pretty sad about it. Like, he couldn't even walk, nothing. So I contacted a friend, asked him what I should do, and he said he maybe ate some, like, snail poison. Like, he ate some snails that were poisoned, so he's poisoned now. And if I really want to help him, I put him in a box, give him some water, maybe with salt to help him flush out the poison. and for food, cat food, but I didn't have cat food, so I could also, he said I could also make just eggs, you know, scrambled eggs without any spices. So I made some scrambled eggs, made some water with some salt in it, put him in a box. No, I didn't put him in a box yet. Before that, I contacted there is like a hedgehog center or something, like basically the vet. So I sent them this on WhatsApp. I sent them the video. It's like, yo, you got any help? Like, what should I do to help him? And then they called me and they said he's like super cold. He's almost dying because he's so cold. He cannot even move and stuff. So I should put him inside in a box on a heat bottle. You know, those plastic bottles where you fill in hot water. So when you're sick, you put it on your belly. I should put him on one of those things to heat him up. And then I should feed him with cat food. So I went to the supermarket. I bought some cat food. I put him in a box. Put like some grass in that he feels like cozy, and now he's looking really good again. They said I shouldn't feed him right away, so I waited a few hours until he warmed up, and now I gave him food. And then basically this happened. Gotta turn on the sound. This is the box I got him in. That's the cat food, some water with honey, they said. And first he was biting on the metal thing. He didn't really know. Then he found the juicy meat. I don't know if you can hear it. But he was munching, man. At the end, you can hear it a bit. He was munching away. Yeah, that reminds me, I should give him some more. I have him right there. And he's looking good. He's breathing steadily. He looks pretty chill. And they told me I should hand feed him for 2 weeks, man. So I should really fatten him up and get him big and fat, and then I can put him out again. I don't know if I'm gonna do it for 2 weeks, but yeah, at least for a week now I have a pet. My baby Rota. My starter Illuvial. Yeah, he's so cute. And yeah, he pooped on the I put a little paper here on the bottle. So he's sitting on the ball right now. I keep refilling the bottle with hot water and just changing the paper because he just poops where he sleeps, it feels like. And yeah, that's the story of, I don't know, I think I call him Tony. I'm so glad he's well again. So cute, man. I would like to like maybe give him a bath and get rid of all, like, I think it's common for them to have like parasites and nasty stuff. But I would love to make him clean so I can cuddle because he's such a cutie. Here on the other picture, you can definitely see he's a male, by the way. I don't know if you see this little thing here, but he's in the big dick club. So yeah, basically from this to that. Yeah, that's the story. That's the update. Wait, I gotta give him some more cat food. Maybe I can show him. What are his stats? I think they're growing. The more I feed him, he's gonna get stronger. So his stats aren't locked in. So I'm gonna train him to be like full stats. Movement speed this morning was 0. That's for sure. But yeah, attack speed is probably pretty low as well. He can't roll like Rota yet. We're gonna get there. All right, I don't want to move him. It seems like he blacked out. He is sleeping. he crashed on the little food tray that I gave him, and he's just sleeping on top of it. I can't really see it. I'm gonna show it another time. I'm gonna have him for a while. And yeah, last time I held him right here, he was pretty chilling in my hand. He was kind of happy with it, so I guess I could like bring him and show him at one point. But yeah, let's let him sleep for now. He had a tough day. Little baby. He's really small for a hedgehog. Start the Illuvial. That's so funny. How much level can you earn per Illuvial stage in stage 1? I think like I think per fight in stage 1 you can get like 500 experience, something like this. And if you bring like good weapons and suits for your ranger, you can oftentimes just use 1 or 2 Illuvials for a fight. Which means you can probably do like 20, 30 fights. Because you have so many Illuvials, you don't use up all their shard integrity, right? You can fight, well, like, if you just use 1 Illuvial, I used to do that with the 100 cost weapon and the 100 cost suit if you have it. Usually 1 Illuvial is enough, plus the perfect weapon suit. So then you can have like, what, 5 to 10 fights with 1 Illuvial, and then you do it again with the next Illuvial. So if you want, you can stretch the experience gain in a stage 1 run a lot. It's probably more effective than Ascendant Arena, so yeah. I think you can spend hours in a stage 1 run just getting the most experience, really fighting everything. And then also if you have ring nuts from stage 0 runs. So I think sky is the limit, how much experience you can get. He's very active during the night. Yeah, that's the thing I've been wondering about, like, because this box, it's very shallow. So it feels like I cannot really close it, otherwise he's gonna be kind of stuck in there. I have to find a new box, or I don't know, because he's gonna just run around in my room and shit everywhere. So I think like I have to find a solution to lock him into the box. Maybe I close it like halfway and tape it shut. Like obviously there's a lot of room for air to come in, so he should be fine, but... True, you're right. They're night active, that's why he's sleeping now. Yeah, he's gonna get there. It was crazy to watch when he was falling over and then just not moving, because I would see when he breathes. Sometimes he would like stop breathing for 15 seconds. And now it's like every like 5 seconds it's a breath. Like now it's very consistent again. It seems like he regenerated. His shard integrity basically was very low. I gave him some ring nuts with the cat food. Have him in an AMA. Yeah, in the AMA with Aaron. By the way, Aaron AMA. I don't know when we can do it. Aaron says he has super bad internet right now. So if we do an AMA, it would cut out all the time. And he doesn't have an estimate when it's gonna get better. So we're gonna do the AMA, but it probably will take some time till we can do it. And until then, maybe some of the questions are outdated or have already been answered. So I will keep updating the questions, and maybe we can reopen the thread and gather more questions. Like maybe in a week or something, we can start gathering some questions again. And I can just post the list of the questions that have been submitted already. And I want to go Brightland Steps again. Or Crim. But I don't need Crimson tier 5 Illuvials. And in a stage 2 run, we could find some... Ooh! Pure shards. In a stage 2 run, we can find some tier 5 Illuvials, so I would rather go Brightland Steps because I want to have Adors and Foes. I don't need Scarabbox and Ramphis anymore, and I don't really need Alphys. So yeah. Dude, I have 182 common shards. What the hell? Just make 40, I don't know. I think we will need new questions then. Yeah, some of them are evergreens. They won't be outdated, but maybe 5 of the 20 will be outdated. So yeah, I'm gonna keep you guys updated. AMA with Tony want to fight more about his life before he joined the Phantom Guild. Yeah, I'm gonna bring him on camera one of these days once he's a little bit more healthy, and maybe if I have like a late night stream when he's awake. I want to give him the most rest I can have right now. Tier 2 shards, we have enough. Tier 3 could have some more. 22. Tier 4 shards and tier 5, I want to save those for when I have quests with them. What about a master shard? Are we getting close again? Halfway there. Still have 2, right? I've never used one. I have 3 actually. If I ever find like a perfect stat tier 5, I'm definitely gonna use one. Because they're like 15 bucks right now. They're pretty cheap. Generally, if I find like a perfect stat Illuvial, I'm gonna use like really high shards. I don't care. The Illuvials are so expensive right now. Good stat Illuvials. Setting perfect TNT, 5 full, 0 movement speed. So to try one fusion of it is like 12 bucks. You have a 30% chance, so you need like 3 attempts on average, which means door price 77. I can't pay that. I will probably give you 20 bucks for that Slowpoker if you want to get rid of it. Because again, I'm not sure how good. Like once we, maybe there will be a burn. I don't know if it's coming, and it's probably not soon. But if there is a burn mechanism coming to increase your stats, maybe suddenly good stat Illuvial, like the price will drop a lot. I'm not sure how much more I want to buy. I think I have a decent amount, and now I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm not like super interested, because the TNT in Gauntlet, it's never gonna be your carry, right? The only reason you really bring it is for Granite. It's good to have like health and resistance on it. But like a full health and resistance TNT is almost gonna do the same job as a perfect stats TNT. Because you don't really get it for the damage or anything. It's good if it has Omega power and attack speed, but it's not like... It doesn't make a big difference, I think. The lowest I can do is 35. Yeah, I mean 35 is fair, thank you for that. But I think it's too much for me, especially for a TNT. If we were talking about a Revo, I would be down. But yeah, TNT is not like high on my priority list. But yeah, 20 bucks, if you ever change your mind, let me know. But it's definitely a bit of a low ball offer. I can admit that. If a burn like this comes, the game is going to die. It depends how they implement it. I would assume if they implement it, burning the Illuvials, or the cost to increase your stats, would almost not be worth it. For example, a perfect stat Illuvial, a specific one, is worth 20 bucks. I think like re-rolling for stats or increasing stats would be at least like 15 bucks or 10 bucks. So overall, to get the perfect stat Illuvial, it would cost you more by improving it instead of what it's worth. So you don't tank, you don't destroy the value of perfect stat Illuvials. But as I said earlier, for example, my world first Rampfire is gonna be forever useless except for the emotional value I have. And I would love to even pay like 1,000 bucks to increase its stats. Like I would even pay more than a perfect stat Rampfire is worth to increase its stats. So basically losing money just to get my favorite Rampfire up there. So I can see something like this happen, but yeah. If you can't just throw away bad stat Illuvials to get perfect stat Illuvials, then all the perfect stat, good stat Illuvials are gonna get worthless. And the stats won't matter anymore because all the bad stat Illuvials are gonna get burned. And there's only gonna be good stats left, so yeah. If they implement it, I would assume it's gonna be very expensive to the point where you think, probably not even worth it. There you go, Sackkill. You get 30 bucks from Slow Poker. 30 bucks from Sackkill. Finally somebody in here that helps me buy all those good Illuvials from the community. That will give money for the DAO, not the players. Well, that's a good thing, right? I think everybody in here wants the DAO to succeed and the DAO to make a lot of money. And then in turn, we're gonna make a lot of money because we're getting revenue distribution and stuff. I'm all down for giving the DAO money. All right, let's do a stage 2 run for the last daily quest, and then we're gonna listen to the interview with Kieran and Sam Stefania. And then at the very end of the stream, probably some Ascendant. I'm gonna update my Ascendant team to have all my Illuvials that I wanna level up in there. And then we can play some Ascendant games until I get tilted from all the broken augments. Crimson stage 2, no. Brightland, I think it is again. Just because I need nature tier 5 Illuvials. I think my team is good enough for stage 2. I probably need to use a lot of them. I cannot do it like with 3 Illuvials. Not like last time when we won a stage 3 encounter with 2 Illuvials, Monarch and Titanor. That is still unbelievable to me, but yeah, we cannot do endless fights. We're gonna lose a lot of shard integrity, but... And I probably should have swapped some Illuvials, because Flare has now enough levels to be selected in Gauntlet. So I should work on some other Illuvials to be... So all my best stat Illuvials actually have the highest level. And I hope we get some updates there, so you can actually select which Illuvials get selected for Gauntlet. It's not always the highest levels. Because what, you have a max level bad stat Illuvial and it's gonna forever grief you in Gauntlet? That's not how it should be, right? I don't know if I want to fight random fights versus a Lynx, for example. Usually I want to look out for like rare Illuvials before I jump into random fight. We're gonna just shoot it down. It's next to the obelisk, so that's really good. I think we're gonna shoot down a bunch here. So then if we make mistakes, the dome collapses, we have those Illuvials here to make some last minute decisions. Aragon Rift. Let's check the heat map. Give me that platform, please. Nope. I hate it when it's all over here. Checking all those islands. I think it's so annoying. Well, let's start here. Hey, the first Arcalion I find. I've never captured one, so we're gonna do that now. I bought the one I have. And we still need tier 1 Illuvials, so that's perfect for the quest. Sackkill has crazy Illuvials. Yeah, We're one of the only ones who are actively buying good stats Illuvials, I feel like. There's like 5 to 10 people who are really doubling down on that. I think I'm a little bit behind, but now I have a decent amount of them. I hope the meta doesn't change anytime soon, because mostly I focused on meta Illuvials for Gauntlet, right? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect enough. Perfect enough. Perfect enough. Perfect, perfect. Hey, yeah. Really good stats on the Archelion. 40 on defensive. 30 on Omega power. Full on attack speed. Wow. Cool, man. And a Holorota with, wow. Really good stats as well. Alright, we want both of them. We're probably gonna use bigger shards if we need to. If we don't, we cannot have the stability we want. We got air and 2 nature, so fire is in there. We also got 2 earth though, so let's counter earth with not water, but air. Maybe the ranger just giving us fire plus 3 rogues. Here comes the 4th rogue. And that team should be good enough, I think. Especially because theirs is not really good, right? You can one-shot the Archelion, the TNT. You can always check the stats. Check the encounter mods, not too bad. Like that. I don't see us losing. Well, let's see. We need 55 plus 30. So let's say 2 tries on the Archelion, up to 110. Like right now we have 3 tries, right? If we had 141, we would have enough tries to capture definitely both of them. I'm a bit scared we're gonna have nothing, not enough. Might just give some small consumables. 3% health frag. Some pure damage. Some small Gumbo drops. Really want to win this fight. I wanted that Archelion. I think we probably would have done it without the consumables, but you know. Too many times I cheaped out on them. Yeah, it's an easy fight. You can just send your high-level bad Illuvials to someone to save it until you have the level on the good ones. Yeah, I know there's workarounds for that, but that's super clunky, right? I mean, you would just create a second account to send them to, I guess. Not send it to someone, but yeah. I mean, that's also the solution right now to having like folders to organize your Illuvials. But it's a tough workaround. Archelion tier 2, 92%. See, we have a less capture chance than on the Rayleigh. Meaning there's less Archelion captured. More Archelion captured than Rayleighs. It's my first Archelion that I see, and I've seen like, I don't know, 7 Rayleighs or something like that. But I haven't been in Brightland Steps since Crimson Waste came out, really. Yeah. Badass big turtle. Nice. Now we got 3 tries on the Rota. We're gonna start with some stage 1 shards. The shards we cured are not in our inventory yet. That kind of sucks. Music a bit too loud now. That's better. Alright, one more. Otherwise, you use a TF2 shard. This Holo Rota has too good stats to let it go. Does anybody know the price difference? Floor price for a cured tier 1 shard and a tier 2 shard? There he is. Look at that bad boy. Yow. Really good, really good. Can't complain. That's it. Sorry, that's a beat. You're gonna be left behind. It's Holo, yeah. Holo with like playable stats. That's it. Captured all the tier 1s for our daily quest. Just gotta do some fights here in stage 2. Get the rest of the experience, and also our weekly quests are done. Beautiful. It's good once you have all your shit completed finally. I'm getting faster and faster with those dailies. Maybe I'm lucky to get easy ones, but last few days was really easy to complete them pretty fast. What's that? Let's actually take a bubble all the way to the top. I'm kind of griefing here. Another Airgun Rift. Alright, I guess we're going over here. Gonna jump all the way up there though. We need a bubble for that. Let's get back over there. No! So we got lucky, there's nothing on top. We don't need to check, but I kinda wanna put down a teleport peak anyway for that Airgun Rift right there. Cave somewhere down there. Ooh, we got a big shard deposit. Love to see it. Wing. I'm gonna check the wing stats. There's the cave. There's usually an Illuvial in there. Have you checked what max 6 stats stage 3 guys there are? I can check for you. No tier 4 shard. Yikes. Max 6 stats, you say? Floor price $45 for a Kuka. I bought a Kukulus the other day. That's probably mine right there. I bought it for $60. Which is decent. So I'm still kind of the floor. There is a total of 108. Not a lot. Last week it was 88. Alright, what we got in here? Wink. Almost, but not quite. Rota, almost, but not quite. Only 2 max stats. Also here, only 2 maxed. Just an experience fight. And if we just fight for experience, we use our big suit, our big weapon. And we don't need much else. Maybe just second enchant there for the sustain. And focus the wink over there. Stage 3. You got one or what? Floor price 130 with the monkey. Second one 250 though, then 300. Very thin floor. Monkey, covered Dulux. Chikundi. Whew. Energy is kind of breaking. I've been neglecting my healthy diet a little bit. I've been eating too much processed food and I can really see it in my energy levels throughout the day. Also, I stay up way too late these days, so I don't sleep very well. I go to bed too late, so yeah, I gotta change that again. Gotta get a little bit more disciplined again. Check the stats. Nope. 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 Adorius. I wish I would. Oh man. Imagine you find an Adorius in a stage 1 run. My god. With those stats too? Well, they're not really good. I'm still waiting for that big, super, like who was it, Surfer dude, who found a holo Ophisto in the wild? I'm still waiting for something crazy like this to happen to me. I would be down. I wouldn't mind. Alright, so it's gonna be a tough fight. Not really though, because our 4 rogues are just gonna focus, or our 3 rogues are gonna focus the Adorius. Our ranger also, because she shoots her cast to the furthest enemy. We put her here. Cuculus there, and then instead of you, we bring you. And that should be easy W. Easy win right there. Adorius got 1 cast out, but now he's dead. And that's the win for us. We're all waiting. Wait, what? What are we waiting for? Watch the Kieran interview? Or did I just forget what I said? Alright, now we just gotta check the slopes here and down there. There's usually 3 Illuvials down there. 1 in this corner. Revo. I always want to check Revos. Rank. Worth to check it as well. We got a Kuka and back there. Nothing, it seems like. I hate that the chat is being so late. We're all waiting for crazy Illuvial to appear. Oh, right. That's my bad. It wasn't that late. I just Kind of forgot what I said. Yep. It will happen at one point, right? It should be not a lot of delay though in the chat. I think that was just me not seeing it right away. Should be like 5 seconds maybe. Check the stats. Oi. Looked good, but only 2 maxed since we don't count really movement speed on the gyro. Not enough, I think. Not enough. Not really fusing material. What else we got? Almost. Not really though. Nope. Alright. We won't capture anything in here. That means bring out the big guns. Is it normal to have negative airdrop points? Yeah, there's a bug right now. They mentioned it in the Discord. There was an announcement about it. It's gonna get fixed. You're not gonna lose out on anything. It's just a UI bug, basically. Can those 3 kill all of them? I'm not so sure. Maybe we bring a little bit more. Bring that boy. Juan Cofaro. Howdy. You need another music playlist. These songs are great, but we have heard this same playlist for too long. That's fair. That's fair. I was wondering when it's gonna get too much. Shit, we lost. Our ranger must have got annihilated. Anybody knows what went wrong in that fight? I think my ranger was just getting smacked by that lynx, probably. Didn't get 2 casts out. Yeah. I thought when it is time to get new music, I should just, you know, I still like this playlist a lot, and I'm personally not sick of it yet. But I will get more playlists and then we can rotate a little bit, so it's not this exact same every day, right? Good point. Thanks for letting me know how you feel. Really, really valuable input there. Also, guys, feel free to say no to what Kufaro is saying. Maybe you're like, shit, that's my favorite playlist ever, don't change it. That's also valuable input, but I think it just makes sense to at least rotate it. Right, down to the crunk was our next move, I think. I don't know why we were back up there. The rebel we were fighting was down there, right? Make some acapella. Oof.
Here we go.
I don't know if you want that. How about this Malura? I'm not really looking for stage 3 since they're not meta in Gauntlet right now. I think they will be at one point, and maybe I should start collecting them already. But they're pretty expensive as well, so... That's a nice Malura. I don't have that money though. And it's probably not really a... Look at that, Maluras for 80 cents. Horrendous stats. Horrendous stats. That one is okay. Lower price for decent Malura. 30 bucks, god damn. $7 for a decent one, just Omega Power missing. There's a lot of FUD in the Discord about airdrop points getting fixed already. Yeah, I don't care. I never used to be... Like, I personally don't care about the airdrop points. Because I know they're gonna get fixed at one point. I have to wait 3 months anyway until the vesting is completed. So I removed it from my mind. I never think about it. It's not gonna help me worry about it. Wow. Look at that stats, guys. Holy moly, now it's decision time. I was never a really patient guy, but Illuvium kind of taught me to be patient. Now, maybe patient is the wrong word, but I can really remove things from my mind to not think about them at all if I decide they're not worth worrying about them. And I think airdrop points, like the buggy UI and them not showing it, this, personally, it doesn't concern me. Imagine if there are crazy rewards behind Survival Leviathan that they mentioned. How much will be Perfect Adorius Titanor? Perfect Adorius Titanor is already so expensive. I think Adorius... Titanor... Well, Adorius Titanor, Gauntlet... There would have to be Gauntlet changes, because right now, it's more about Stage 2 Illuvius, right? But a Perfect Goliath can, or a Perfect Seer, that can really carry a game. Or a Perfect Foros. I think that's the best example. I think a Perfect Foros would be super expensive, because that wins you Gauntlet matches. Sorry. Did you saw Sam Stefani interview to Aaron? It was really great. Kieran, whoa. You scared me there. I thought Aaron went behind my back and did an interview with Sam. Because yeah, we're still waiting on a time slot with Aaron. It might take a little longer. I saw that it happened and we're gonna watch it today. That's the plan of today's stream. As soon as we're done with the daily quest, we're gonna watch the full interview. And I'm probably gonna upload the react to YouTube. So yeah, after this stage 2 run, we're gonna watch that interview. It's supposed to be really good. And then after the interview, if there's time left, we're gonna do some Ascended Arena. That's the rest of the plan for today's stream. So, what we're looking at. Bad attack speed, bad movement, 2 max stats. Not movement. Bad defensive, bad attack speed. Really bad for Monk here, right? His most important trait is attack speed. Because he doesn't have an Omega, his Omega is passive. So Omega power is completely useless on Monk here. And the attack speed is really good because it stacks up his... Wait, I thought he had stacking attack speed. Well, anyway, attack speed is the most important, so yeah, I'm not going for that one. That reminds me, though, I want to look for more Illuvials that don't even need Omega power. So there could be some hidden perfect stat Illuvials. I checked that yesterday off stream. Wait, what? That's it? There's only one perfect Monk here? Huh? That's pretty crazy. So wait, if we do movement speed, 3 perfect ones. Movement speed, Omega power. Oh, I have stage 3 on still. Alright. Let's try again. Wait, what? $10 floor price for a perfect Monk here. That's too much for me. Rate the Monk here holo perfect, $15. Sheesh. And good movement speed. That's pretty cool. If Monk here was a little bit more in meta, I would go for it. There's not many Illuvials that don't need Omega power, right? Just a few. What do you guys think? 15 bucks for a perfect Greater Monk here? Is it kind of worth it? Hard to tell, right? Hard to say. Let's think about it. Holo, I value Holo a lot, but the market doesn't value Holo at all. Like usually they're at this almost at the same price. Right, let's keep looking at those really nice stats. Wink. Almost perfect defensive stats, good attack speed, bad Omega power, good attack damage, but that's good fusing material right there. If you go for a near perfect Winks. And then we have Rota, 3, almost 4 stats max. Really good fusing material right there. That's like worth, let's say $3, I think. How much would that be worth? Not much more, I think. Hard to say. Omega power increase heal of Whale or Bumby. Yes, you can always check. You right click them or you go in their description and then it says here what Omega power does. And OP means Omega power. So here we see the shield and the damage is both multiplied by Omega power. And you have the same thing on Ador and Ep. On the Ador and Ep line, which is the Bumby and Whale. How much LB airdrop for season? It's a 6 months, and every month it's supposed to be 30k of ILB tokens. Season 1, 30k. That's mine. Can do $8 for you. Wait, this one is yours? I think $8 is too much for me. Again, I think it's a fair offer, but it's just not really meta, so I'm not really looking for it. I can't even remember a time I built a monk here. But as soon as they nerf rogues, probably the fighters is gonna be the new meta. They are already in the late game, just not in the early game where monkey would count. I can do... Da-da-dum. I can do $6. Just because, you know, it's not something I'm really looking for. All right. Chat, what are we getting? I'll leave it up to you, the decision. What would you capture? Would you capture a Rota? We're in a stage 2 run, consider that. A Rota with 3 times max, just missing 10% on Omega power, which is basically kind of fusing material. Just missing 1 stat, and yeah. Sucks that Omega power isn't full. Otherwise, it would be a $5 Rota. Fusing material. Or would you go for the Wink? Which is like similar, but just not as perfect. 40, 50, 40, 40, and then missing Omega power. So again, fusing material to try to get a near perfect Winks. And while you decide that, I'm gonna finally play some Illuvials here. Taking our sweet ass time. Something like that. 40, so yeah, 42, that's good. Selling a max 6 stacks Exalted Monkey for 135 bucks. I'm out. I'm looking for cheap stuff. Not spending 130 bucks on a monkey. I love Berserker build in 1 versus 1. Monkey is one of my favorites to play. Yeah. For Ascendant, Monkey has a bigger use case. But then again, you wouldn't really invest too much in a stage 1, because when you play Berserker in Ascendant Arena, you usually level up to stage 2 for it to be a Berserker in the first 1, 2, 3 rounds. How much would a perfect Axodon go for? Defense. Well, a perfect Axodon would be defenses and Omega power, and if you want to really have it perfect, then also attack speed, right? It doesn't need attack power or movement speed. I would say 20 bucks or something. Maybe more. We can check. Axodon, 12 bucks for just missing Omega power, but you really need Omega power on an Axodon. You want the shield to do a good amount of damage. But this one is pretty near perfect. Just missing 10% on resistance. 100 bucks, I don't think it's realistic. I don't know. For this one, I would probably pay like 15 bucks. And if this was also full, maybe 20. But it's probably more like 30, 40 bucks, I guess. Perfect stat Axodon. Would be like, I think, 50 bucks, something around there. Between 30 and 50 perfect stats. Pinto, can you give me the link of that website? Looks very good to search for stats. Yeah, it's very good, but it costs something still while it's in early access. Trinix, the developer of the website, has given me access to promote it and use it myself. He's looking into setting up an affiliate link where maybe, you know, you get a discount, I get a cut. So hopefully that's coming in the future. And for now, the tier 0 of it is free. You can look for tier 0 Illuvials for free, but everything else costs something. But you just pay one time, right? Tier 5, if you unlock tier 5, you can look you can search all tiers. But yeah, here's the link. Might not work because it's with my search functions, but just, yeah, just use until.dev. Alright, let me go through chat real quick. I'm falling behind. Holo Illuvials look way better than Holo Illuvials. Honestly. Yeah, it depends which one. But many times I agree. Mostly because I don't like when the eyeball is shiny. I don't think that looks cool. They look kind of psycho with that. I like Holos more than color. But Dark Holos, I kind of just like them because they are rare. I think Dark Holo doesn't look that cool. Because it's always like coming in and out. I like more when like Holo when it has a permanent shimmer to it. I'll capture it with my eyes closed. I have a way better monk here listed for like 250. Maybe I'm just stupid with my listing. Wait. You remove it already? What's your monk here? Yeah, there are pretty cheap ones, huh? There are pretty cheap ones. That's all fusing material. Can't go both, not enough stability. True. Probably should just capture both, maybe. I feel like there could be better Illuvials around. Max Exalted Monk here is listed. Get Great Rota. I have one listed for 20 bucks, so I guess I'm around where it should be. Yeah, I think that sounds like a good deal. Perfect Stat Axodon should be 100 plus. Well, it's just my opinion, right? What I would pay for it. Also depending on the current meta, because I'm not using Axodon at all. And also in Ascendant Arena, it's not really meta. Tsunami and... well, Tsunami is good, but Harbinger is not kind of there yet. But it's not a good approach to just plan on the current meta, because it's definitely gonna change a lot in the future. Like, you never know what's gonna happen. Maybe next month Axodon is the best unit in the game. I doubt it, but could be. No worries, Painter. Everything 40% except resistance and Omega at 50. A bit too much for 250, I think. I don't know. At this point, I'm you know, mostly I'm just guessing with my estimates. I think it's still really hard to put an exact price to the stats. I think attack speed should be full though. I think that's super important on Monkey. I wouldn't want to cheap out there. 80 cents, decent, just missing a bit of health. Yeah, Omega power we don't need at all, right? Polo 220. Missing 20% on attack damage. Missing 10% on attack damage. Like, that's just 10% off a perfect monk here for 250. I think the offer that I did for $6 is, again, maybe even too much, huh? Is it too late? You can cancel. Thanks. Again, I'm not sure, right? We're in very early territory and very vague territory. It's really hard to say what's worth it, what's not. Did it even cancel? I guess 250 was too much. What is it? Everything 40% except resistance and Omega. Yeah, Omega is useless, so everything 40% except resistance. Yeah, I guess 250 is too much if we look at that. Like, this one is better than yours. And it's 250. And this one is way better because it has 50 attack speed. I think it's just missing 50 here. And yours just has 50 on resistance. So yours is more like... yeah, I think 150. Between 150 and $2. Probably have good chances of selling. It's just a bit harder to find yours in the search algorithm. I think oftentimes 40% would probably be enough, but everybody looks for the perfect stats, right? Like something like this is really good monk here, but it's probably super cheap. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Yeah, everything 40 except attack speed 50. $2. That's better than yours. So yeah. I think compared to other other monkeys, lesser monkeys, probably 150 is good for yours. Or 130. Shit, he's making noise. Give me a second. He's a bit shy. Ugh. Cat food smells so fucking bad, doesn't it? Here. Yeah, he's scared. Let's put him back. Honestly, if I play Leviathan, I'll buy 4/4/4s almost all the time. I doubt that 10% will make much difference against good positioning. Yeah, you say that now. Until you lose a fight by one auto hit. Or you lose a match by just a tiny bit. And then you're like, well, if I had 10% more, I would have won. And that's gonna drive you nuts, I think. At least that's how I expected. Right, if we capture that one, we also get the rota. Oh shit, you guys said get the rota. Alright, if we... No matter what happens now, next attempt is gonna be rota. Nice! Got the decent stat wink. Nice, and now let's get the rota. I think I want to use a tier 2 shard on it. I think the stats are worth it. Because this is like worth, I don't know, $2, 150. It's definitely worth a tier 2 shard just to make sure we get it. Because if the Omega power had 10% more, then it would be perfect fusing material, which is priced around $5. Not right now. Right now the floor price is over $10, but I think the realistic floor price for 4 out of 5 max stats is $5 for a rota. So I think this is like $2 at least. Good fusing material still. How much for a max Omega Ador? Like, what I would pay? For me, I don't know. It would have to have also good defensive stats. Really important on an Ador, I think. That it can take some damage. And you probably also want to have a bit of attack speed. Like, just good Omega power doesn't make it good, because then usually it will just get one shot if it doesn't have defensive stats, I think. Alright, do we have all our fights? Shit, we still need 2 fights. And I just dropped. Right, I'm really excited to see the... I'm not gonna look at any more Illuvials. We're gonna close the market now. I want to finish the quests here. 2 more fights, hopefully finishing both of those quests. And then we're gonna watch the AMA with Kieran. So... there's one. And there's also a good fight versus the Krunk. And we have already 2 Illuvials shut down next to the obelisk. That was smart. We're not stressing. Let's actually get a few Airgun Rifts. Then we're gonna come back to this Krunk. Still gotta hurry up. Which AMA? Kieran did one with Sam Stefania on Twitter. I haven't watched it yet. And we're gonna watch it together right here. But there's one. Where's the other Airgun Rifts? I didn't find many. There's one down there. Alright, maybe we have enough actually. There should probably be one somewhere down there. Ah, there's one. Yeah, we already have enough to capture one more Illuvial if we want to. Otherwise, we gotta be really fast with the shooting down some rocks or whatever it is. I watched that one. It's really good. Everybody keeps saying that. I'm really excited to see it. I can't wait. First I was like, shit, it's 1 hour, that's long. But now that everybody says it's so good, I'm like, nice, it's 1 hour. Really like my new mic. Especially the boom arm, the microphone boom. It's really good. Stats. Hey, yeah. Good defensive stats and Omega power. Might be worth capturing. Nope. Nope. Until we're running out of time, we might even do it. I think let's see if that works. Gives us 2 tries, the 55 Krunk. I respect Kieran's honesty. Yeah, he's great. Great dude. Kieran was the first face I saw in an interview with Vetamore. And that made me become a content creator, and that made me jump into the Illuvium universe. Are the weekly quests shared? I got a cancer quest to create 65 epic earth gems. I'll skip it 100%. Yeah, me too. No, they're not shared. Like, if you mean if we have the same ones, and they're always random for everybody. But I have just a similar stupid one. I have 105 epic water gems or something crazy like this. Something 105, which will never happen. Give free shot, 37%, 2 tries. Hey, yeah. Got him. Beauty. Just missing a bit of attack speed. Not the end of the world. Usually he casts his first... It's just about the first Omega cast, usually. And that one usually happens because of the damage he's getting. 1 or 2 more auto hits won't make such a big difference, I think. It's more about he really needs the defensive stats to be on point, so he can take a lot of damage, and the damage gives him the mana to cast his first Omega fast. And that's usually the end of the story. Right, 1 more Airgun Rift would be cool. We're fine without it though. I think there should be a bunch down there. I don't know how to play Arena. I got some guides for it. I want to learn to play Gauntlet. What's your advice to get good at it? Watch my Gauntlet guide. I can link you my Essential Guides playlist on YouTube. where I've put all the best guides together, I think, that I have. All right. Wait. We need one more fight. I almost forgot. Shit. It's gonna give us exactly the experience we need.
Let's get started.
Dun, 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 dun. So I have a Gauntlet Illuvial tier list, so you know what to play, what Illuvials to go for. And I talk about my thought process, and I think it's pretty accurate. So that one is really good. And we have some stuff for Overworld, for Survival. Survival. 5 beginner tips. Wait, what? Did I upload the same video 2 times? Or did I just call it the exact same? The fuck? All games explained, so this is one you can send to your friends if you want to show them what Illuvium is about. I just quickly go over all the 4 games we have, all the game modes. Illuvium Zero Beginner Guide, Gauntlet Explained, so this just explains what Gauntlet is all about. Arena Guide, Beginner Guide for Overworld, Deck Creation Guide, how to create good teams for the Overworld. You can also use this for the Arena, I think. 6 things you should know. Positioning basics. Team builder tutorial. Movement tutorial. Illuvium Arena Expert Guide. This was pretty old, but I think there's still really good tips for the Arena in there. So here I go quickly over all the basics of Gauntlet. Send it in the chat. All right, last fight. Then we're gonna watch the AMI. Damn, good stats again. We don't have the energy to capture them, so I'm not gonna look at the stats. It's just gonna make me sad. Alright, boys, it's time to fight. Maybe I should fight, like, if we have time, 1-2 more fights, just to get the most experience out of these runs. Don't have so much time left, though, so maybe not. Bada bing, bada bye. Alright, did we finish all the quests? Do we have enough experience? When do the quests reset? Is it Monday? Midnight UTC or something like that? The weekly quest? I think it's Monday midnight, right? Like from Sunday to Monday on midnight? UTC? Oh, we're missing a little bit experience. Still have time on that weekly quest, but hey, might as well get the most value out of your stage 2 run. Quick. I think the interview was on Twitter, right? Illuvium reposted that. Just the stats. Get 3 of them and fuse it into a Revo. Just let them have group sex and then they're gonna fuse. I don't know how that works. I would get those hands checked out. What, my hands or his hands? Yeah, I mean, I put him in here, give him food and everything. But I don't think I'll take him to the vet. Here, run. Bah, I'll tell you that much. It's a nasal experience, huh? He smells a lot, he shits a lot, the cat food stinks like hell. But he's a cute fella. He definitely is super cute. Would you say getting a good at survival would be good for me getting good at Gauntlet? Or just play a ton of Gauntlet to get good at Gauntlet? I think to learn Illuvium Auto Battler in general, it's really good to play survival. And it's a lot of fun too. So yeah. If you're still learning the Illuvium Auto Battler, then try that. And then once you feel confident in, like, you know what all the Illuvials do, you feel confident with positioning, with the augments and all of that stuff, then I would look at Ascendant Arena and also mainly onto Gauntlet if you want to learn Gauntlet. And now we always have like Gauntlet nights and stuff like this because you still, yeah, you just queue up for Gauntlet and you can play versus bots. Once you consistently beat the bots, you can try to join some custom lobbies with the community. Sorry. So yeah. Survival is a really good start to learn the game. Do you think we need more fan service? Boobs and ass sliders for the Ranger? Wait, what? What's happening? You want like more character customization? And you want to increase the boobs and the ass? I think being able to make them slim or chubby is already maybe enough. I wouldn't want to get too kid unfriendly with a boob slider. I think that's maybe a bit too much. But I don't know. Wait, we still don't have enough experience? Hey, the weekly quests don't reset Sunday to Monday, right? Somewhere there. I'm pretty sure. So I'll just save that quest for tomorrow. Alright. Close this. Let's watch the AMA together. This one right here.
Can you just kind
Let me find the
of
sound.
share like your high level thought?
Is he Australian? Probably is, right? Seems like everybody in Web3 is Australian.
Thoughts on why you think the community feels this way and sort of your current approach in.
Is that a good sound level for you guys? Always try to complete before Monday, just in case. Yeah, I think I still have the weekend. I really don't want to miss out on that quest. Alright. Hit the screen. There we go. Again, can somebody let me know if the sound level is good? Like, I think it's kind of at the same level that my mic is at.
Better for desktop as well. So it's kind of like a two-step process for us to complete that.
So now
And
if I talk over them,
in the next,
is it okay?
like, 3
I'm not gonna try to talk much over them. More like pause the video, I think. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break because it has been 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna do like all the necessary things. Refill water, empty my personal water, and then we can get started. I'm really excited. I'm really, really curious. And I hope we learn some new stuff about the game. Also, there's one question that's coming up where he confronts him about the Grant's meme coin. So I'm curious about that. What's it called? Like Torch or something like that? Would it be possible for you to give us consistent updates on the Hedgehog's health during each stream? Yeah, I'm down for that. Because I kind of fell in love with this little fella. So I'm definitely gonna show him off. I'm gonna try to make him a little bit more accustomed to if I take him, so he's not always stressed, and then maybe one day I can just, you know, show him in the camera. But yeah, I'm down. I was gonna do that anyway, but I'm stoked that you also are stoked about my little new friend on my little rota. All right, 3 minutes or something, and then we can start here. right. Let's get it on. Interview with Kieran, the founder and CEO of Illuvium, with Sam Stefania right here. He's a Web3 influencer. And I think they're going to talk about, I think they say it in the beginning.
Kieran Warwick. I'm here with Kieran. He decided to sit down with us and answer some of the burning questions that the community has. Really appreciate Kieran's time.
Yeah, I think they're going to talk about Web3 in general, but mostly about Illuvium and other stuff concerning Kieran and the whole space.
I mean, I just want to be clear off the jump, like we're all rooting for Illuvium to succeed. I think it's great for the space if they do. And all these questions come from a place of just wanting to do our due diligence.
Sorry, I'm not going to pause too much, but I really like this intro, and I think we need more of this like positive vibes where it's not the Web3 projects competing against each other, hating on each other, like nitpicking on little mistakes to like point out failures, but trying to succeed together. Because if Illuvium succeeds, Web3 in general will be better off as well.
And being excited about the product, but also wanting to look forward and have it be a sustainable future. So Kieran, thanks so much for joining us. I kind of want to kick off with the community unhappiness. The community seems to be kind of divided into two from what I can tell as sort of an outsider looking in. Can you just kind of share like your high level thoughts on why you think the community feels this way and sort of your current approach in stemming that bleeding, for lack of a better way of putting it?
Yeah,
What's
for
all
sure.
the smoke?
So, we've been building for nearly 4 years now, and there's been a lot of hype around Illuvium. There's been, over that 4-year period, we were pretty much there was like CryptoKitties, and there was Axie, and then there was pretty much us building. So there wasn't much in the space, and so there's been a lot of people that have been holding on, waiting for a really, really good quality game to launch. And I think it's two parts. The first one is we're still in open beta, and we've still got a ton of features to deliver in order to make all three games really feel like they're able to compete with typical mainstream games. And I think the second one is the market sentiment right now. Like there isn't many games out there that'll tell you, hey, we're loving where the market is and it's awesome to, for our token price and whatever. And so while we don't focus on token price too much and we just focus on building, it is a reality of our space. And investors that have put money in are at a point where sentiment around crypto is down, sentiment around NFTs is like the lowest it could possibly be. And then you've got crypto gaming, which is this combination of the finance crypto side of it and the NFT side of it. And it's like a complete bloodbath. And, we're caught up in that. And so I think when you put those two things together, and there was so much hype behind us, and someone looks at it and says, well, they generated, only 750,000 in their first month. We thought it would be 10 million. What's going on? You can see where the frustration lies. And so I think that's, a little bit where this is coming from.
Thanks so much for that.
By the way, I think 750,000 in the current market state that we're at is great. And compared to other Web3 spaces, Web3 projects, considering all the factors, right, that we're still in open beta, there still is a lot of polishing, delivering to do on a lot of features, and the market is in the condition that it is right now.
I heard some people suffering a little bit with even high-end graphics cards. They're sort of struggling with the performance, and I know sometimes that optimization is one of the last things that gets worked on.
From my side, I have a high-end graphics card. Game is going really smooth. I can stream or record while I'm playing. So yeah, mid-end graphics cards where the problem lies.
For obvious reasons. Is that the case here, or can you explain why maybe some of the graphical limitations with Overworld are happening?
Yeah, so this was probably the biggest learning and one of our biggest mistakes throughout the last 4-year journey that we've been on. We wanted to build AAA graphics, something that had really never been done in the Monster Hunter genre, and certainly not in the auto battler genre. And we achieved that. The issue with going that far with the fidelity and the graphics is the accessibility for people is super low, right? Like you need to have a really good machine in order to be able to play our games. And what we thought was we would be able to optimize it, and we'd get to a stage where even low performing graphics cards won't have an issue playing the game. But the reality is it's not the case. And so what we need to do and what we're looking to do is optimize the graphics about 50%. So low-end machines, they're not going to be able to play it on high spec. Like we're not even pretending that that's going to be the case, but they'll at least be able to enjoy the gameplay, and it's not going to be, low frame rate, and they're still going to be able to enjoy the detail that we've gone into with the characters. And that's going to be a bit of a process now, which is unbelievably frustrating because I think not going mobile with either Arena or Overworld has cut out probably 75% of the market that's in crypto, as in natives, which is tough. But then you add on top of that even desktop users were cutting out of what's left, maybe another 50%. It's a pretty bad call when you add all of that up.
Yeah. Do you have any sense for when optimization for PC might be available, and when the market for mobile might be able to get their hands on it? Is there a reasonable timeline that you can share with us, or is it just sort of it's done when it's done?
Yeah. So we're pretty hesitant to come out with dates and timelines on these things. I would say the ideal time period would be early next year, at some time, maybe even Q1, maybe if we can't get there, Q2 next year, where we have Arena fully functional on mobile. And part of that, the first step of that is to optimize the graphics for mobile, which is in turn going to make it better for desktop as well. So it's kind of like a two-step process for us to complete that. And so I would say the desktop experience in the next 3 to 6 months, you should see a big difference where someone who wasn't able to play should be able to start playing. And then the final step there is once we have those optimized assets, we just need to port them over to mobile.
And if I'm only able to play Arena on my phone, I can still have if I stumble into the game on the iOS store, I can still have a pretty fully fledged experience just touching Arena, or will I still need to be able to have a PC that I can do certain things on in order to kind of make the system work?
No, you'll be good. So the way that we built our ecosystem is there's obviously a gameplay loop between all three. If you start off in 0, you can generate fuel. You take that fuel, you go into the overworld, you capture your creatures. You then take your creatures into Arena and you start battling. That's the full loop. But by no means you could do one of those games. You can play 2 of those games. You don't need to play all 3. And so we've got many people that are just into the Arena. They love the auto battler, and that's all they do. And you could easily do that on mobile.
Awesome.
By the way, try to not read down there because we always see the full text that it's going to be shown. And it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like a spoiler in the text. Personally, I try to just focus now on their faces. But yeah, that's really good. I think Kieran says it all. I love how concise he's keeping his answers and really straight to the point. And yeah, once we get Arena onto mobile and maybe even one day Overworld, that's going to be huge. And in this process of getting into mobile, we're also going to optimize the PC, the desktop version. And yeah, that's amazing news. That's gonna help Illuvium so much.
Awesome.
Web3 is mostly like a lot of the audience comes from poorer countries where you cannot afford a PC. That's why mobile gaming in Web3 is so big.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity there. Excuse me. Speaking of the core sort of game loop, requiring people to spend money on fuel if they haven't farmed enough in the Forex game. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up the names. It's 7 a.m. here, so I'm a little bit on the
No worries, all good.
best. But I'm curious. You were quoted as saying that you think it costs about $30 a month to like really have the full experience of Illuvium, and I'm curious if you are planning on balancing that monetization.
It's not $30 anymore, right? We can do stage 1 runs for what, 20 cents or something. So yeah, you can play all month long with $5 or whatever it is. Yeah, $30 is more on the deep end, on the higher end of things, I think now.
At all after this initial
because fuel price dropped so much.
Launch period, or if you're pretty happy with the current state of it, and if you are planning on balancing it, like if you have any ideas of what that might look like at this stage.
Like the highest stage run in overworld, it used to be $10 on launch, and now it's like what, less than $3? It's maybe between $1 and $3, something like that price.
So it's been pretty surprising, honestly. Like the way that we looked at the overworld was you are going and buying a pack of cards. Those cards, instead of just being physical cards that you hold and there's nothing else that you can do with them, we wanted to build experiences around that, sort of like a theme park, right? So you have the arena over here. There'll be multiple other games where you can build, that will build. And if you buy the pack of cards, you can go and play, you can go and enjoy all of those rides. Now, I think what we underestimated is people don't like, because, and I think it's a couple of things here, but people aren't enjoying the fact that every time they go into the overworld, they need to pay a little bit of money to get in there. And that to us is you're paying to go and pick up your deck of cards like you would go into a GameStop and you would pick up a packet of Pokemon cards, except we're saying there's all these experiences that you can get from doing that. But what we underestimated is, I think maybe because it's digital and not physical, people are like, whoa, you can't charge me for every single time that I'm getting stuff. And we're like, but you're getting stuff, right? Like that's the content that you're getting.
And it's so funny to me because I think the best example is Hearthstone, right? Hearthstone, totally Web2 game. All of the cards you get are digital assets. The only difference is you don't own them. They're not your NFTs. You don't own any of them. You can't do anything outside playing with them. You cannot sell them. You cannot trade them. You cannot buy them on a marketplace. But in Hearthstone, it's so normal that you go and buy a pack of cards like it is with physical cards where you buy a pack of cards. And I think just because people are so used to buying card packs and whatever it is, loot boxes and so on, that it's so normalized. But suddenly now here, you have the same card opening, but it's gamified. But suddenly the people compare it with, I don't know what it is, Pokemon and so on, where you don't have to pay for it. So they kind of compare it with an RPG game or whatever you want to call it, where you don't have to pay every run, and they forget that it's actually a gamified card opening where you always have to pay to get your cards. But this time you actually get a little bit of gameplay and a little bit more of an experience with it.
And it wasn't a matter of we didn't think about this either, right? Like we had the assumption that some people are going to say, well, why can't I play the game and at least get used to it? And this is what I think isn't really getting through to a lot of people, but there's free-to-play content in every single one of our games. In Overworld, about 35% of the content is free. Right? Doesn't cost you anything. There's literally 65 characters, which is probably more than most games out there anyway, creatures, unique, that you can go and capture and won't cost you anything. Right? Now, in Arena, literally everything is free apart from one game mode where you can bring in your own alluvials, and you don't have to do that. The ranked mode isn't even that. That's just a game for whales to say, I want to go and capture all of the the high-powered alluvials, and I want to battle people and flex that I've got more money than you. Single game. So, and then 0, a little bit tough. We sold NFTs, and so the only way for you to generate revenue from that is by owning one of these NFTs. But there's still a fully fledged free-to-play version. You can download it on the App Store. We've got like 15,000 people that are playing this free-to-play version. Won't cost you anything. So you say this to people, and they're like, "Wow, actually, that's actually quite reasonable." And if you went out to mainstream gamers, I think they would actually say, you know what, like this actually makes sense. Where it falls down is I don't think that gamers inside of Web3 are necessarily looking, their first priority is usually, not everyone, but usually I want to make money. Now the issue is if you allow anyone to go in and get free to play content, there's going to be bots. There's going to be a massive saturation of people who own those characters. But then they don't have any value. So the Web3 person who's looking for value, profit, whatever you want to call it, is like, well, the good parts of the game are pay to play. And it's like, yeah, but you're getting all of this other content. You can walk into the arena, play it. You get the characters given to you for free. You can go into the overworld, collect these 65 characters. That's all free. It's like, yeah, but I don't want those because they don't have any value. And then you start to get to the crux of the issue. And it's kind of like, so you just want the valuable stuff and you don't want to have to pay for it, or you would rather pay less or less frequently. And that's sort of what we're realizing. And, you know, you think about, okay, how do you solve that? Would people feel better if they bought like an access pass to the overworld where they could get anything, but it means that they need to pay a monthly subscription? And honestly, psychologically, now that we've got the data and we've received a lot of feedback, I think they would. Even if they paid the exact amount in a subscription as they would as these micro transactions, we're talking 20 cents, 30 cents to go and do these runs, they would feel better with paying. I pay my subscription, I get as many alluvials as I want, even though it's the exact same outcome. So that's a big learning for us.
Yeah, it's a great one. Paul Bettner uses the term, he's the only person I've heard use this. He says it's like whenever you pinch the user, and that people just feel bad every time they get pinched, and that results in exactly what you're talking about. I want to talk about the arena battler for a second. People have...
I think it's a nice concept. It's just going to be kind of weird for everybody who has been used to the old concept of... I think people will catch on to it. Explained, it's a good system if you really look it through and if you really see all the details and all the nuances to it. And I think people will realize that, yeah, if you want to have if you want to find expensive alluvials, you have to pay something up front. You can't get them for free. Otherwise, people are just going to come in with bots and extract value. And that's a good thing about Illuvium, that the whole ecosystem is built in a way where people cannot just extract money for playing it for free, except maybe for the airdrop campaign, but that's a limited event. So yeah, I think it's a safe economy that Illuvium has built by not being able or not allowing free-to-play users to extract value from the project.
Said that it's a solved game at this point, and part of their issue is that like people are just kind of trying to get the best setup because they know it'll win every single game. Is that, when they say that, are they only talking about the whale game that you're talking about, like that version of the game mode, or is this solved from every kind of way that you look at it and needs to be balanced in order to add some more competition and complexity to it at this point?
Again, I have a hard time adding anything to Kieran because he says it really, really well. But just to answer his question from my perspective as a active, I think it's far from solved. Maybe the survival was kind of solved because before we had the dynamic survival, you would always have the same team for everybody, so you could solve it in a day together, and then it was solved at the end of the day. But Gauntlet isn't solved. We see that in TFT, right? It's pretty much heavily inspired by TFT. TFT isn't solved. We have to do some balancing, so it's not so much dominant metas, and we can play different compositions. But I think Gauntlet is great. There is a decent amount of skill expression. Ascendant Arena isn't solved. It's a thing of balancing, right? But there is a lot of things that you can decide in every game still with augment selections and a lot of randomness coming in. I think the player agency needs to be higher. There needs to be more skill expression, but it's far from being solved. And even if it would be solved, which you could maybe say for survival, and you can definitely say that about chess. Chess is a solved game. People still love it, right? As long as there is enough decision making, enough ways where you can make a decision that is good, so it proves that you're a better player, and enough decisions where people can make the wrong decisions. And if you're a worse player, you make wrong decisions, you lose. And if you're a good player, you have a lot of decisions you can make that if you make perfect decisions, you will win. And we're getting there. I think we're in a good track to that. We definitely need more of that, though.
No, so that was the previous version of Arena, which we've overhauled. The overhauled version is called Gauntlet, and what that game mode does is...
What is meant by solved? Basically, as I interpret it, I like to explain it with chess. Because chess, you can sit an AI and always find the best move. Like an AI can play chess perfectly, right? A human player can never win versus AI because it's a solved game. There's always going to be the ideal move that you can make. And that was kind of the case in survival, where it was not dynamic survival. Everybody had the same deck. So if a few people come together or if you share screenshots, then you could have a solved way to wave 40, for example, which is not the case anymore. Now everybody has to figure it out themselves. A really good AI could still dominate it, but that will be the case in most strategy games.
Introduces a ton of RNG, which takes away... There's still a lot. It's still in alpha, and we literally only started building that game about 4, maybe 5 months ago. So it's got a lot of work in terms of balancing, but that feeling of everyone has the same cards and one composition of those cards is better than another. So I'm just going to play those cards. Everyone's got them. Why wouldn't I play the most powerful cards? That was Arena, the original one, and it fucking sucked. Right? I hated playing it. I liked it for like the first 2-3 days, and then I was like, "This is dog shit." Like,
I think I hear that sentiment a lot from him and from the higher ups in Illuvium, but I think Ascendant Arena is great. Overall, I think we're not there yet where we need to be, but I think we did a great start. As I say many times, Ascendant Arena is a new game genre that Illuvium has invented, combining team fight tactics and auto battle elements with card game elements, and they've put it together, creating something new. And for that, I think we did really well. But yeah, the other day we watched the Viper video where he goes over things that we need to improve in order to make it better. Basically, it's all around giving the player more small decisions that he has to make, so then there can be more skill expression through those decisions. For example, not getting legendary augments, which is either you get a good one, you insta-win, you get a bad one, you insta-lose. RNG, you have no influence. Or and instead of that, getting like small parts of augments, and you have to combine those augments to make better ones, and you have to decide which items you're basically building with those augment components. Basically like in TFT, where you have those item components and you combine them. You can combine them in different ways to make different items and stuff like this. But I think we're on a great way towards that. I really hope that Ascendant Arena doesn't get ignored by the team and they're still trying to work on it, and it's not going to be all focused on Gauntlet. Because I think Ascendant Arena has great potential, and I've been playing it for months, and it was amazing. On some patches, it was a lot of fun. The patch where we had where Arcanite Invoker, Berserkers, and all of that stuff was playable and was a little bit like rock, paper, scissors, but you could still win even though your team was countered and stuff like this. I really like that. I like Ascendant because it's unique. We can pioneer something here. Yes, I agree. And I think they did a really good job for creating something new. And I think with a little bit like of a rework, overhaul, maybe not right now. Right now we need to focus on Gauntlet, on something that we know we can get in a really good state fast. But in the long run, I think Ascendant Arena can become something amazing.
Every single game that I play is against the exact same mirror composition.
Sorry, and also a big problem in Ascendant was you can just reposition for free all the time, and it's blind positioning. You don't see the enemy's positioning. So it's always like a coin flip. If he's left, I win. If he goes also right, I lose. So it's like a 50-50. That also felt really bad. But then we can stop with blind positioning. We can make positioning cost more, so you cannot reposition your whole team. Also, you cannot sell your whole team, bring in another team that you brought. Basically, just again, polarizing, going for the 50-50. And stuff like this just needs to change. But I think we're on a great way. I think, yeah, Ascendant Arena has great potential. And the problem with playing versus the exact same mirror composition, we didn't have that in every patch we had. We have it right now. We had it for a long time, for the last few months. But there was patches where there was 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 different decks viable and playable. And when we had this, I think Ascendant Arena was amazing. And I think everybody who competed back there when we had the top 1000 leaderboard rewards would agree with me.
Like, I hate this game, you know? And so then
Skill issue.
Internally, we were like, we got to fix it. And finally, we drew a line in the sand and said, you know what? Like, let's introduce RNG. Let's introduce more social aspects to the game. Instead of it just being 1v1, it's now 8-player battle royale. So you go around and you play each person. Someone's going to get lucky, which means even if the balancing isn't perfect.
I think there's less RNG now in Gauntlet, the TFT copy, than it was in Ascendant, which is a good thing. There can be some RNG deciding. If you get a legendary augment, you win. If you get a bad one, you lose. That's not a good way. And that we still have that in Gauntlet. It's a problem in both game modes.
Which it's definitely not yet. We need to.
We can solve the meta and mirrors by banning 3 Illuvios per player. Yeah, that's one way to do it. There's a bunch of ways to do it, I think. Also, we haven't had a balance patch in forever. If we Dust, which is dominating the leaderboards since months, if we nerf Dust, if we nerf or just nerf Gyro and Gazotep, the main 2 issues, maybe Revenant, you know, maybe Rogues need a nerf. Like if we played around more with balancing, I think we could go again. We could come to a better meta again. But balancing has not been any priority of the team. Rightfully so, because it was more about polishing, shipping features, and so on. But yeah, balancing will help a lot. Maybe introducing stuff like banning, not blind positioning, splitting the augments up in more smaller decision making instead of just rolling big augments, stuff like this.
To work on that, you're still going to get a situation where even if you want the best composition, the luck might not fall your way and you might not get it. And that makes the game so much more exciting. I love playing this version of the game, but it's still an alpha. And so we've got like probably another 6 months before we get to the stage.
1 second. I need to quickly ban my biggest fan right here. If I block him here, is he also gonna be blocked from chatting? I hope so. All right, let's get back to the video. Don't need to listen to the haters.
Stage where I think we can genuinely compete with the likes of a Teamfight Tactics or a Dota Underlords.
Nice. Awesome, man. I'm excited to hear that because, yeah, that RNG is really what makes the system kind of work, in my opinion. It is interesting that...
But yeah, to quickly address the haters in the chat, there should not be balancing until the Ranger is implemented. That is true, and that's why I say it was for the team, rightfully so, to focus on balancing so far. But I think once we start balancing, we can even with the current system, get to a way better place already. And yeah, I cannot wait for Ranger to be implemented. But I was talking about Ascendant Arena, and he's talking about Gauntlet right here, where the Ranger is still missing.
That people still play competitive Pokemon where realistically you can get, oh, as my dog trips on my camera wire, people still play competitive Pokemon all the time where you can get the perfect composition, but then it's about countering, and it's like, I got, lightning and you got water or whatever, so you're done. So there's still a place in which that can fit in, but I agree with you. I think the auto battler stuff has to kind of fit in this RNG world, whether we like it or not. Regarding the overworld, you guys are still sort of facing criticism around how it feels a bit empty. And I think specifically in the Jawan video, he sort of framed it as this was a conscious choice that you guys were making to make things more scarce and to kind of give people a reason to stick around and to hunt more for resources, but that ended up making the experience pretty boring.
John video, it makes me always laugh when I think about it. When he's like standing in the not hot zone, where you need to use your heat map, that's where all the assets are, and he's like standing in nowhere, and he's like, there is nothing here, but he's just in the wrong space. It's really funny.
What are you doing to sort of combat that, and how much of it is conscious of like, well, we want it to be scarce so that people aren't getting all the resources in an afternoon and then AFKing for a month or only playing one of the other games, and how much of it is just, I don't know, system requirements, or we haven't finished the assets, or we're still in beta? What's kind of the hold up there?
No, so we need to make the higher tier, higher staged creatures more rare than the common ones, right? It's the exact same situation as Pokemon. If you went into Pokemon or Monster Hunter or whatever, any of these RPGs where you're collecting things and you got the most powerful stuff immediately, you're probably going to leave that game pretty quickly. Now, we had an issue at the start where things were way too hard to find, and someone like me didn't find it exciting. I'm pretty impatient, I would say. And for me, I don't mind spending a lot of money, but I want to see those higher stage things a lot more often. And the way that we did it was the way that the economy team set it up was they wanted people to progress through fusion. That's getting the lesser alluvials, grinding and fighting a ton of different battles, getting up to a certain stage, fusing together. Then you get stage 2 of it. Go and do that with 3 stage 2s, fuse them together, get a stage 3. Now, that for me is like cancer. I'm like, get away from me, right? Now, having said that, there's a lot of people, when I said, look, I'm playing the game, this is nowhere.
Kieran needs some PR training. I don't think you should say cancer in interviews.
What we had in the test environment, and the economy team were like, oh yeah, we changed it so it's a lot rarer because we want people to spend, hours and hours going through this process because of the lack of content in terms of like storyline quests, social aspects, multiplayer, combat, like all of the things that we're building right now and planning to ship, they were trying to make up for through this really grindy type of progression way. And I haven't seen the Dwan video, to be completely honest with you. It is on my list. I only just got back from overseas. But I would imagine he's maybe a type of player that's more similar to me, where if you've gone 10 times into a region and you're seeing nothing but, lower stage alluvials, it's kind of like, well, how much do I need to spend until I get there? Instead of saying, well, you know what, I'll just get these shittier ones, fuse them together, and then I'll eventually get up there. But for me, I'm like, that just seems crappy. I don't know. There's something about fusing it where I'm like, it's not pure. I want to see the best character in the game and go, holy God, I found it. That moment, that streamable moment, it just didn't exist. It literally, we had it at like 1,000 times rarer than it was meant to be. And so we brought that right back in line. And the last patch, which went out about 2 weeks ago, is much better. So I don't know when he stopped playing, but I would say that that's played into that. And the fact of all the things that I just said, there's so much missing from the overworld. It's very hard to make that game feel like you, without like sort of the economic side, there's not much there in terms of like content for you to get attached to yet.
Yeah, so what are some of the things that you guys are looking to add to it, or what about the economic side do you think is really gonna...
By the way, I feel like I should address why I instantly banned him. If he comes in right here, you still see it on screen, right? The chat should not be balancing until the range is implemented. Like, I'm always happy to have criticism. I love if somebody like gives me something to discuss with and to talk about, but it's got to be in good faith. It's got to be respectful. But if you come in and the first thing you say is, man, your lack of vision, you lack vision so much, it's not even funny. And it's obviously not the first time he's like personally attacking me a lot, because we had some disputes in the past. So since he's just very hateful towards me, always very attacking my character and whatever, I just don't want to put energy in that, and I just insta-ban people like that. I don't mind if somebody is not agreeing or doesn't like what I'm saying or whatever, but I think we can all agree on that we have to stay respectful with each other. Otherwise, I don't know. I won't sit in a toxic environment purposely. I'm just gonna change that. It just sucks the energy out of me. All right, back to the video.
I think shift the way that people are perceiving that environment, that game.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're discussing right now and ideating, which is, it's a little bit new and so not set in stone yet, but I'm happy to talk about it, is more of like a co-op version of the game that's almost like a story mode, but not like a complete immersion story mode that is completely free to play. And the idea is you get to know the characters. They, you're going to go through a whole bunch of battles. You can bring in friends to play with, and all of a sudden you can learn about the storyline because you're coming up against different battles and NPCs that you need to beat. You beat them, they give you a little bit of storyline, a little bit of lore, and you continue on. And you do it with your group of friends. It's a lot more social. It feels a lot more like your typical RPG. That's one idea that we have that we can implement fairly quickly. And then outside of that, what is definitely happening, what we're already in development for, is NPC quests. So when you're going into the overworld, instead of it just being mine shards or collect alluvials, it'll be that plus see an NPC over there, go talk to him. He says, hey, go and collect all of these things, come back to me. And then he might say, oh, hey, I'm going to battle you now. And you fight him, and then he drops some random loot for you and says a whole bunch of stuff that helps you understand, like, what is Illuvium? What am I? Who are these rangers that are running around? So that's one thing. Multiplayer, so you'll be able to go into our home base and you'll be able to talk to friends and say, like, what are you guys doing? Like, which guild are you in? You can join factions. So bringing more of that social aspect, that's in development. And
can't wait for that. Especially, like, also, I think one of the biggest points for me is that you also have, like, your favorite Illuvial, your bonded Illuvial, right? I'm running around with my world first Rampfire next to me, and there's other people running around with a Seer, with a Axodon, their favorite Illuvials, and then you can challenge them for battle, do stuff like that in Sanctum Mesa. That's going to be huge. I saw some people giving away free hate. I love the term free hate, mostly on Discord, but yeah, that's life. We can only control ourselves. Exactly. Like, I'm not going to get mad about it. I don't feel bad about him, or I have no negative feelings really about him. I just try to distance myself from it, because I think it's just gonna take away my energy if I interact with people that are just trying to incite and just get a reaction out of me and just be hateful and toxic for no other reason than they want attention and stuff like that.
Also, combat. So right now it's the auto battler. That's going to change to a hybrid version where some things you go into the auto battler, some things it's literal more exciting hand-to-hand combat.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so you alluded to a tutorial a couple of different times there. I know that was one of the big criticisms as well, of like you capture your first alluvial and then it just kind of throws you into the auto battler if you're in the overworld, and that experience was sort of jarring for some people. And then Illuvium Zero, I've seen described as I'm sorry to say this, brain rotting a few different times, and also lacking a tutorial. To be fair, I think most 4X games, in my opinion, are kind of brain rotting. It's just not a genre that really excites me. But with that being said, what do you think about the current, I guess, difficulties onboarding people? And are there any plans to make Illuvium Zero in particular also maybe a little bit more exciting or have deeper mechanics that get people going?
Yeah. So yeah, part of the issue there is, as you explained, an idle clicker is exactly that. It's an idle clicker. It's designed to make you every minute open back up your phone and click 2 buttons and then close it back. Like, that's going to roll your brain over some time. So I don't disagree with it. Honestly, I don't. But at the same time, there's a ton of people that like that genre. And then there's also a ton of people that want to generate income. And that's what Illuvium Zero is all about. It's a companion game that feeds into all of the new games that we build and the existing ones. And that's only going to get better and better. So one of the features that's in development is training gyms. And the cool thing about this is this was a community suggestion, right? This feature had nothing to do with our game designers. And they said, why don't we have training gyms where someone can drop their alluvial off? That in the overworld, I talked about that grind of like, you got to level them up. And then once they're at a certain level, then you can fuse them. I don't want to do that, right? Like, I just don't. It's what, in my eyes, I'm like, rather just buy it higher. But so what this does is I can drop my alluvial off at the training gym and I can choose, right? There's 20,000 land plots out there. There'll be a rating system, say like, this guy's really good at training alluvials. He's super alert. He's great at clicking buttons. But I'm being a little bit facetious there. But the result of that is this guy's going to be attentive to my alluvial. And when I come back and pick it up from the training gym, it's going to be a higher level than, say, some other guy that doesn't pay much attention to their gym and doesn't have great results. So then I pay a fee because I'm like, hey, you're saving me from having to do the chore of...
That's really cool, because I think that's probably one of the most tedious long-term experiences that we have, leveling up alluvials. We don't need it really yet, but once you basically have to spam stage reruns and just do mindless, easy fights there, encounters there, just to get levels. Because in the arena you get free experience, but it's not enough. And I would like to outsource that.
Battling in the overworld, so I'll pay you X amount of money, and then the landholder's got another avenue to effectively service the ecosystem, which is the way that I see Illuvium Zero. Very easy to play, but pivotal in terms of its functionality. That's one thing that we're thinking about building. There's many other things like tournament platforms for arena where you can host those tournaments if you have a land plot, and a whole bunch of other things. But the main thing there is Illuvium Zero is meant to be your hub where other players require your land plot to do a plethora of things across the ecosystem.
And a lot has been said about the ambition to take on 3 games at the same time. And I'm curious from your perspective, whenever you look back on it now that you guys have released all 3 games in some form, do you feel like that was still like, if you could do it over again, would you still be like, yeah, all three of them, we're going all at the same time? Would you maybe stagger it? Would you maybe like, would you take the same approach? I'm curious, like, how you feel at this point.
God, no, absolutely not. Again, a lot of, I think one of the questions, or one of the things inside of that John video that someone pointed out to me, because again, I haven't seen it, but a lot of people have said like, they said this. A big thing is like their ego, right? Like I apparently I've got a huge ego, and I just dictate what's being done, and no one has any say, and that's kind of it. It's not the case, right? Like it might be a situation of potentially I'm quite confident and I believe in what we're building, but am I sitting here saying I can't make mistakes? No. Building 3 games at once was the dumbest thing we could have possibly done. Like, and I've said this multiple times, we definitely shouldn't have done that. Does it put us in a good position now? I think so, right? Now, how much damage it's done mentally, I don't even know, right? I don't even think you could add that up. But now that we're here, the way that I describe it is we've got a really good platform for all 3 games. If we ship 5 or 6 new features for each game, which might take us 6 to 9 months, each of those games is going to be in a world of its own, and it might be able to start at that point competing with its mainstream counterpart. So when I think about that and I think, okay, potentially the elections around the corner, things are going to start heating up potentially next year. If we can deliver all of these things and get these games from like a 5 to an 8 out of 10, we've got 3 games which we're bringing in players from and generating revenue from. That's a pretty unique proposition to have. So do I think in 6 to 9 months, I'm going to look back and say, glad we did that? Maybe, but right now, there's too much there's too much baggage from that. And I think had we just gone out with 1 game first, we would have been miles ahead of everyone else because we started it so much earlier than everyone else. We could have built up our community, built another game, and it probably would have ended up better. But I don't know. It's all in the past now.
Yeah, hindsight's 2020. I appreciate.
That's fair. It's cool how he worded that. Hell no.
Appreciate that ability to be retrospective. So you alluded to, yeah, so in Jawan's video itself, I don't believe he called you guys egomaniacal or anything, but in the comments on the video, there was 2 different comments. One originally claiming to be a developer that left the game, and then another one confirming, I should put in quotes because I don't think they posted proof of their employment or anything, but another guy basically saying, yeah, I agree, I had a similar experience. And they said a bunch of things that I think were sort of extraneous, for lack of a better way of putting it. They were like, oh, they think there's going to be a Netflix show, like what an ego. And it's like, I mean, you're an emerging technology, like that's not out of the realm of possibility that at some point this might turn into a Netflix movie or something. But how do you feel about I guess people leaving the company and having this experience and feeling this way about you and the brothers? And is this something that you're aware of? Do you think a lot of people have left and felt this way? Do you think these guys are legitimate and maybe they're just trolls that are trying to add, fuel to the fire? Like, what's your interpretation of this?
I think from the excerpt that I got from someone, which I believe would have been a comment on the actual YouTube video, from what I read, I almost guarantee that they were working with us. Right? Like, I mean, maybe not. Maybe it's someone that's been told a whole bunch of information about Illuvium, but it seems as though they were someone who was working with us. And the reality is we've had 14 people resign in the last 2 years. Now, we're a startup. We make, when I say we hire autonomous people that work extremely hard, extremely long hours. And the point that I'm trying to make here is it's not easy. When you've also got a lot of these people started with tokens that they got given, and their net worth when it was locked was through the roof, and then it's down. And so again, I'm trying to impress upon you that it's not easy working for the Illuvium DAO. It is without a doubt, it is not. And, you know, on top of that, 3 games at once. They're the ones building it. It's your brain is like, now I'm working on this, now I'm working on this. And there's been so many learnings along the way that it has not been easy. Now, 14 people have resigned in the last 2 years. That's it. Now, that is for a startup, that is pretty impressive. That tells me, now there's probably 75% of those situations were people resigning to go and do better things. They weren't resigning because they're disgruntled. There's so many ex-employees that I speak to that have gone on to do better things personally for themselves, start up companies, start up new game studios. Our CTO left for that reason. He wanted to start his own game studio. So of those 14 people, I would say that resigned themselves, maybe there's 3 or 4, right? Which is not a lot. Now, the flip side of that is we've gone through a lot of people, right? Over the last 4 years, we've had to hire fast and fire fast. And that might come off as harsh and, you know, not the best situation to be in for someone that's not used to a startup and might be.
That's really cool to see the insight here from a hiring process and from an employee and boss perspective and everything. I appreciate that.
A typical corporate employee, it's kind of going to be like, whoa, what the hell is that? And unfortunately, the same type of person that would complain about the fast, frenetic pace of our environment is probably the person that we don't want at Illuvium, because it's too crazy here. There's too much work to be done. There's so much reliance on personal autonomy that if you don't fit into that, you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. And if that's the case, unfortunately, we don't have unlimited runway. And as much as so many of those people I've liked personally and I've built up a relationship with them, it gets to a stage where it's like, you aren't delivering us the value. We don't have the luxury of 10 years runway. Unfortunately, we need to move you on. Now, 98% of people accept that, and we don't, you know, throw people on the street and say you got nothing. We try to look after people as they're leaving, but you are like, to think that you're going to run a startup that cutthroat and not get a few disgruntled people is crazy, right? Like the fact that only a couple of people have come out and said something like this, I think is actually not bad, given that we've had, you know, 350 people over the last 4 years.
Yeah, fair enough. We know Amazon and Jeff Bezos and Steve Jobs and stuff all have a bunch of stories like that too. So, you know, I think that's sort of a plight of being a founder for sure. I want to ask you about the runway. This seems to be something that's contested, I guess, within the community, or at least certain people seem to have numbers that maybe don't match your own. Illuvium has, I guess, like roughly a year of runway. Some people say 9 months. I think you guys say closer to 14 months. If I'm getting that number right, I'll let you correct that. I just kind of want to clear up what the current status of the runway is. And B, I also want to ask about the $10 million that you guys raised in a Series A fundraising round recently, because it feels like that round was a lot smaller than I would have expected based on the fundraising that you had done to that point. I feel like Series A normally is pretty sizable, but in this case, it was a bit on the smaller side for what I would have expected personally. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I would say to anyone that thinks it was small, did you try raising 14 months ago now? It was
Sure.
a barren wasteland, right? Like it was really, really hard. And we were actually lucky. So our bridging round was 10 million, and then we raised 12.5. That was the one that we closed. Would have been early this year, I believe. I don't even know anymore. Like things are a blur. But the last round that we did was 12.5 million, and it was also tough. But we ended up getting like 12 new investors that had not invested in the seed or anything like that. They were brand new, and I did that strategically because I wanted investors that could bring new audiences that hadn't really had exposure to Illuvium. And it was also done at a time where our token was, I think it's $70. And so with I think it was a 30% discount that we did with a lockup, we didn't want to sell more than that, right? Like in the end, we were oversubscribed, but it's not like we had 50 million coming in the door. We were oversubscribed to, I would say, about 17 million, around that, and we ended up taking 12.5. But we felt like the market's going to come back, and are we going to be looking in 12 months time that, hey, the token is now way, way higher. We just basically gave that away.
I remember when we had that funding coming in, and then as he said, it was $70 the token, and then it was $100, and everybody was flaming. It's like, oh, you sold off too cheap, blah 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 blah, wrong timing, whatever. And now it's at $40. So I think he did a really good job, I guess. He found a really good timing to get new investors on board. I hope the investors are still happy and hopeful for the future, like I am.
On top of that as well, you've got investors then that are sitting over us that have made a 4x or a 5x. They start dumping again. It's not a good scenario. So we wanted to only raise as much as we needed to. I also didn't want to go below 1 million tokens in the treasury, which is effectively 10%. And so that was the reason that we went with that. And sorry, I'm just trying to remember the first part of your question.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of threw a couple in there. So the other question is where it stands now. What's the current status of your runway?
Yeah, so the discrepancy is a couple of things. So firstly, I think people are accounting for revenue now. And so there are some things like in-app purchases where people don't see that revenue coming into our bank account. So it's very hard for someone to say, this is how much they're generating, because they don't know. No one knows. There's literally 4 people on Earth that know that. And so they get that wrong there, because Illuvium Zero has generated a lot more revenue than you'd think. Then on top of it, we have another bank account that is an actual bank account, which isn't on chain. Now, we use that bank account to pay people, and we put lots of money in that bank account. So when you're looking on chain, it's like, oh, this is how much money they have, but there's always an excess over there. Now, we explain this to people, but there's some people out there that when you're in content creator land, and you know this, to be a little bit edgy and say, this is this is how much money they have in their Gnosis, and I don't see the revenue from Illuvium Zero, so that doesn't exist, and I don't know about the bank account, so we got to take that out of the equation. And they spent a lot of money on launch that was all marketing launch money. Let's add that into the multiple and then forecast that out from that abnormal month that was on. And all of a sudden someone's like, okay, Illuvium's got 26 days of runway. It's doomsday. It's all over. Like that makes for good content. It's good headline. It's just not true, right? So that 14-month runway is more realistic. And then there's 2 big factors in there. We need to now reduce costs, which we can easily do by reducing marketing, because a lot of that Web 2 focus that we had to just test the waters, which we had to do the game.
The last time I heard Kieran speak on marketing, though, was that they tried a little bit of marketing in the beginning to Web 2, and then they. So I wouldn't think that would still be in the equation for the running costs. But
justice to do that. We're going to pare back until.
And just to elaborate on that, the reason why he said they stopped that because it's not bringing in the numbers. The game is not at a state yet where we should market to Web 2, and I agree. Really glad that we still have most of our marketing budget ready to go in 6 to 12 months once the games are polished and ready for mainstream.
Things are looking a little bit better and the games have more features. And the other side of it is we plan to generate more revenue. So if we're reducing costs, increasing revenue, our runway is naturally going to last a lot longer. But it's not like we're sitting here with 6 months runway and it's, we're ringing the bells. We also have that last lever, which is another capital raise, which, I'm confident that we could achieve.
I heard somebody ask too about the current status of like the amount of equity that you guys still have to be able to pull that lever again. Is there any clarity you can give me there of like what the status is without being too, I don't want to pry too much, but how many more times could you potentially raise, or like how much more do you feel comfortable like diluting your own equity,
As in me personally, or
I guess any of the stakeholders that would be affected by that,
Right. Okay. So there's a couple of things there. The first one is we've got 1 million tokens. Our total supply is 10 million. So 10% of our tokens we still have. And, we could go out and sell 250,000 of those tokens. Again, I really would like to avoid doing a capital raise now because a discount on $40 is a very, very low valuation compared to what we've had. I would rather ship a whole bunch of features across all the different games, get the revenue up, see the token price follow that trend, and then say to investors, okay, now that we're at a higher price, we're willing to do a capital raise, and those 1 million tokens will go a lot further. But to just, for argument's sake, right now, if we were to sell them all on the market, we would have $40 million worth sitting there. Right now, so that's one thing. The second thing is
only 10%. I thought they had more, but I'm really not the most informed person on this stuff. Can they ever get more, or is it only gonna be the same or going down? Because they're buying back tokens, right, with the revenue distribution. I guess they're distributing the revenue to themselves, and that's how they increase. Because for the 10% of the tokens they still have, so they get 10% of the revenue distribution, which is then just gonna increase their tokens held, right? But other than that, I don't think we increase any more tokens that Illuvium is holding themselves.
Revenue distributions. A lot of people have invested at much higher prices than where we're at right now. And so these revenue distributions that we do, if we generated just under $1 million in our first month, we're only burning around $1.4 million a month. So we've nearly canceled out all of that spend, and we're getting close to break even in month one, if you factored in that we weren't sending 80% of that back to people. So one thing which would be like a fail safe is we could go to the investors and say, look, right now we need to focus on, we need survival is paramount. We go to those investors and say, you're going to earn no money in revenue distributions for this first 6 to 12 month period, but it allows us to ensure that we get the runway that we need, and then we'll give it back to you either pro rata, which we could do, or we just say from this point on, we will start revenue distributions, and immediately.
Basically, like not a safety pool, which is fair, I think. If it comes down to survival, right? Like no, with the choice of stopping revenue distributions for a little bit, or the project is dying, I think the decision is pretty clear. But this is the last lever they will pull, right?
People who are like, well, they're going to run out of money. we're at least halving that burn with one single thing that investors would be insane to say no to, because it's like, do you want a little bit or do you want all of it, but at a later stage to ensure the safety, right? It's not an easy equation to work out to say, you know what, yeah, let's let them cook and then we'll get more later on. So then as a final thing, which I say to some people when they really piss me off with this question, is I'm sitting on myself about $25 million. Now, my other brother is sitting on about $22 million, and we're both co-founders. The other one is left, which is another story. So I can't speak for him, but we've got something like $47 million that we could sell if worse came to worse. Now, people are like, you wouldn't do that. And it's like, okay, I'm going to let my DAO crumble so the tokens that I own are worth $0 and I get nothing just because I want to say I'm not selling these out of principle. No, like, I'm a logical person. We would sit down, we'd say, we've used up our tokens, we've used the revenue just.
Isn't it crazy? I don't know if it's crazy, but in my mind, it's like I thought Illuvium was holding way more tokens themselves, but Kieran and Eric are holding more tokens than the DAO itself or the project itself or Illuvium Labs. I don't know if that's normal or not. Just shocks me.
Distribution play, like.
But I 100% agree. They would no questions asked. If they needed to for survival, sell them. They're gone.
There's no other card that we can pull. We need another 12 months runway. We are selling our tokens. Maybe we do a deal with the DAO and say, we'll sell our tokens. And if this is the difference that makes us start generating shit tons of revenue later, then you guys can pay us back those tokens. That's only fair. Or we could just say, well, we're going to have nothing, so we may as well sell and give that money to the DAO because we believe in it. And that is our last sort of fail-safe that we would absolutely enact.
Big respect for that. I'm curious. Animositas sent me a message saying that some of the information that I was getting was incorrect, saying that you guys did have a lot of revenue. Basically, you were approaching that break even that you were talking about. And I just wanted to follow up and confirm, is this revenue that's strictly from things like fuel costs that people are sort of being taxed by in the game? Or is there anything that's being mixed in there that's like an NFT sale or like packs that are limited that you won't be able to capitalize on in the future? I'm just trying to figure out, is that revenue like month over month consistent potentially, or is it just like a one-time thing that's being kind of lumped in just for clarity?
The old NFT sales, sell a few more ships type deal.
Yeah.
No, this is recurring revenue that is coming from people that are playing the game. There is a small portion of cosmetics. It's a big part of our ecosystem, but they're not even usable right now. So the demand for them, I think we sold about $40,000 worth of cosmetics in the first month, which is less than 5% of what we did in total. So no, it's coming from reoccurring revenue from people that are playing the game, their normal in-game revenues, and yeah, that's where we're at. But
please.
Sorry, I will say we're not close to break even with revenue distributions.
Okay.
We're not even close to we're about 4x off where we need to be with revenue distributions. All I can think of is maybe he's talking about if we stopped revenue distributions, then we would be close to break even. But I'm not sure. You'd have to clarify that with him.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate that point of clarity, because that is important. About what amount of shares or RevDiz do you guys get out of every dollar that's brought in, and how much goes to the investors, just for clarity there too?
As in, again, the DAO or me?
I guess the organization that ends up funding the
Right.
the studio itself. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Classify that as.
So the way that it works is to get revenue distributions, you need to be staked. Now, automatically, our treasury is staked, and I don't know the exact figures, but I think it's about 17% that the DAO is making based off our staked tokens.
Okay.
And the
They have 10% of the total tokens, but not all tokens are staked. So they have 17 of staked tokens. That sounds better.
DAO is what ends up funding the studio itself.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then I know that there was a thread, or it wasn't really a thread. It was just like a slightly longer than usual tweet that sort of went viral maybe like a month ago, where a user outlined their onboarding experience. And it was like, you know, I try to get Passport and then I can't do that. And then I tried to wallet something. I'm sorry, I should have pulled the tweet up so I could have read it back to you exactly. But long story short, people are a little bit frustrated with some of the onboarding experiences. That's even with Immutable Passport, which I know is trying to obviously solve a lot of this. Do you yourself have, I guess, any plans as Illuvium to smooth out that sort of Web 2 into Web 3 onboarding experience? Or is it mostly like, we got to let Illuvium, you know, IMX figure out their passport situation and make that experience easier? Like, where's sort of the burden of responsibility in that, and what's your thoughts on it? Because I'm sure it's extremely frustrating for you. People come to play the game and have this experience. It's got to be, yeah, a nightmare.
Before Kieran says it all again, because I have a hard time adding something to this, because to be honest, it's an amazing interview. You guys weren't lying when you were teasing me. Sam is doing an amazing job interviewing Kieran, probably one of the best interviews I've seen in my life. And Kieran does an amazing job answering the questions. So before Kieran says it all, I think obviously it's hard, right? It has always been hard for Web 2 people to come into Web 3 and start playing a game. I think Illuvium will be there, or is probably already there, where it is, even though it's hard, it's still the easiest it has ever been in Web 3. And now we are very close to getting credit card onboarding enabled, where you can just buy fuel with credit cards, which is a game changer, right? This is game breaking, I would say. Not game breaking, it's a game changer to be finally able to just pull up your credit card and buy fuel and start playing this Web3 game. So yeah, bright times ahead.
Yeah.
It should come very, very soon. Like, we're not talking months, we're talking weeks, I think.
You've got no idea. It's literally the bane of our existence. The people messaging us saying we're trying to spend money.
Sorry for not focusing so much on the chat, Phobos. I see you there. I just thought it wasn't really adding to this conversation. I think, and unlocking higher level caps, I'm not so sure about that. I think it's already really hard to get the highest level cap, and you already have that aspect of stats making your Illuviums more powerful to the others. So increasing a level cap would be something like where you could make your Illuvium even stronger again, like adding another layer of pay to win on top of that. Oh, please. Okay, you weren't talking about what you said before, because I deliberately ignored that, which I usually don't do, you know me. But listen to the credit card feature. Yeah, I'm excited what he's got to say about it.
In your game, and they can't, is a very, very hard thing to bear. And
it's the same with like what was mentioned in the very beginning, right? That optimization is so low that many people that want, they only got a phone or they only got bad computer, and that's the next layer where you can't play because of Web 2 to Web 3 onboarding. I don't think it's the easiest in Web 3. I would just assume that as soon as we get being able to buy fuel with credit cards, I would highly assume it's the easiest in Web 3. I have not heard of another project where you can just, you know, just buy the in-game fuel, the in-game currency with credit card, and that's it. Like, that's on the standard of Web 2. It doesn't get much smoother than this. Other games have better onboarding. You just connect your wallet and you can use your funds. In Illuvium, you need to deposit to the wallet and only after transfer to Passport. Same with withdrawing. Yes, but what you're saying there, it's easier for Web3 people to go play other games than it is for Web3 people to go play Illuvium, because there's a few extra hurdles in there. But that's the audience I would not be worried about, because they're going to figure it out. Okay, it's 1-2 more steps to get everything onto IMX Passport and transfer it into Illuvium. What I was talking about is for a non-Web3 person that has never played crypto game before, a Web2 gamer to come into Web3. And I think with IMX Passport, which is the main enabler here, it is easier than in any other project that doesn't use IMX Passport. And yeah, now once we get credit cards to be able to purchase fuel with credit cards, then I think it's getting very close to being on standard, on pars with Web2 gaming. That's a feature that Web3 games in 2021 already had. It's a game changing for sure, but it's not innovating. All right, I'm misinformed then. Which games did have that? Because I never heard about it. I thought this would be something that would be mentioned in discussions like this many, many times. I thought so far you always had to, you know, get your crypto from an exchange where you have to sign up with all your personal data, yada, yada, yada. I never knew there was a way around that.
The reality of it is that some of those issues were our own, which we've gone and fixed. Some of those issues were IMX. And the good thing with IMX is we were pretty much their first partner, at least their first really, really big partner. And we're talking, you know, over 4 years ago when we first walked into their office. And so we've got a very good relationship with those guys. And it's very...
Isn't his brother the founder of IMX? Or at least a higher up? Kane, right? Isn't he a main guy in IMX?
Very much in their best interest. There's not many games external to their own sort of family. They've got like Gods Unchained and Guild of Guardians, but outside of their family, there was no other game as big as ours that was launching. And so we've had our issues with them putting a lot of focus into ZK EVM. We started building our systems prior to them saying, hey, we're going to switch our focus to ZK EVM. There was a lot of promise.
I have to watch a video on ZK EVM. It always confuses me.
That I feel like we're getting there, but there's been a lot of friction where their teams are focusing on this brand new thing, which it makes financial sense. It's a business decision, and I can handle that. But it sort of left us a little bit in the lurch. Where we launched, we had a huge amount of players that wanted to get in. We had a huge amount of revenue that we were generating. We're sort of sitting over here like, you need to make this work because this is your statement to say, hey, Illuvium's on Immutable. Their launch was really successful. The infrastructure and the logistics of how players get into this ecosystem is really, really smooth. And that didn't happen, right? Now it looks poorly on us. It looks poorly on them. We obviously kicked up a massive sting and said, what are we going to do about this? And we began fixing these issues. But, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. It definitely was a bit of a struggle there.
I can't name a lot of Web3 that had credit card integration, didn't really play them. The one I can think of, Lost Relics, they had it in 2.19 already. My question there would be, is it like similar to Illuvium where you actually buy the fuel and then with this, like the in-game currency, and with this you can get the NFTs and everything? Or maybe would it be like separate from the crypto Web3 NFT experience, similar to an in parallel, where you can obviously buy some credits, but everything you buy with those credits are not NFTs and not really integrated in that Web3 aspect of the game?
And there are still things which we're trying to get fixed, but that relationship is a very old relationship, and it's a good one. And we will get to the bottom of fixing those onboarding issues, and even like little quality of life things like offering the ability to onboard with credit card. That's going to be delivered probably sometime next week. That's a us thing. And so little things like that we do over the next 6 months to fix that funnel will hopefully be in there and make it 5 times more smooth. If that Web 2 customer starts going, hey, I like crypto again, what are the games here? We should be ready by that stage.
Awesome. I want to move to something that's a little bit more personal. I know we're running out of time, but this is kind of the last section of questions that I have for you. I just want to preface this by saying I also work with my brother, and I have for a very long time. We grew a YouTube channel to 13 million subscribers. We still host a show together to this day that is a weekly show. I know that frequently I don't agree with him, and I'm still responsible for sort of answering to the things that, you know, maybe I didn't agree with, and that's a very difficult situation to be put in. So I just kind of wanted to clarify a couple of different things about the current status and sort of where we've come from with your brothers. So Kane Warwick in particular, I believe was only an investor, right? He never worked with you guys. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So Kane invested, and then he recently unstaked I think like $4 million worth of ILV tokens. And he said some of that was to pay or to help Synthaman, who was like fallen on hard times, who was the ex-treasurer of Synthetics, which was like a little bit concerning to me. I guess you would expect a treasury person to not, a manager of a treasury to not find themselves in a tough financial position where they need money.
Would you? This is crypto.
Fair take. But I just wanted to get clarification on that in particular. Do you have any insight into that? Do you even care? Is this something that you're, I guess, tapped into it all, or it's just completely separate? Like, that's Kane's business. He can do what he wants. It's his tokens. It's his business.
No. Kane and I are very, very, very good friends. You know, he's looked after me in so many different ways. He got me back into crypto. I've worked.
Sorry for pausing. Yeah, you guys have a few examples for games that do credit card integration. So I wasn't aware of that. Sorry for that. Not like the best it has ever been, but we're gonna get to a good point where it's not as hard as I remembered it when I tried to get into it. We're in a good way to at least get on a good industry standard for Web3.
With him in several different startups. We're very similar in our thinking, and he didn't even mention that to me. And a bunch of times he said, you know, like we joke around. He's like, "Fuck you, you know, when are you going to launch this game? This is ridiculous." And I say to you, dude, you bought the token at $1. Like, you owe me money. And we joke around, right? Like that. We've got that type of relationship where, you know, if you heard the way that we talk behind closed doors, it's about each other. It's pretty funny. So I think what's happened there, and I didn't actually realize this until literally just as you're asking that question, Synthaman has been a big supporter of synthetics, obviously, synthetics, and he's been a big supporter of Illuvium. And I think it would have been one of those things where Kane was like, God damn it, this guy shouldn't have gotten liquidated, but he supported me, he supported my little brothers. I've got to sort of do something. But I reckon it would have sat, and I'm speaking for him here, and I probably shouldn't be, but I think if it was like me, he would have been like, I need to help him, but I'm not going to help him using my own money. Now, I'm not going to sell their tokens. What I'll do is I'll just make it public that I'm giving this guy tokens out of my Illuvium stack because I haven't sold any for 4 years and I'm not going to sell any more, but I don't think I should have to sell my own ETH or Bitcoin or SNX to do this. And the issue here, because a lot of people are like, why did he unstake 150,000 of them then if you only needed to give him 1,000 or whatever he gave him? I don't know how many, but this is what I've just realized. Our system doesn't allow you to take from the vesting contract. For if you're an investor, you have to unstake the whole lot. You can't say, I want to unstake like 250 ILV. So I think that's what's happened there. But it would be funny. I don't know if he's restaked them. He did it right before the last revenue distribution, which probably would have cost him, I don't know, like 20 grand or something, maybe even more, maybe like 25 grand. So this is the type of guy that he is. He's helped us out so much. He probably would look at that and be like, yeah, I was giving it to you guys. So you don't, your disgruntled investors are already paying for enough of your, your woes. I'm not going to take more away from them. That would probably be something like his response.
Interesting. Lots to unpack there. You also have Grant Warwick, who also worked with you, I believe, on the art side, right? Grant was the lead artist. Is that
art director? Yeah.
Art director, excuse me. And he left, I believe, for health reasons. I'm really sorry.
I'm gonna jump into chat real quick. My vesting time in staking is almost finished. If I unlock the token, I stop getting revenue distribution. Do I need to keep revenue distribution? So once your vested period that you vested it for, I think the longest time you can lock it up for is 12 months. Once that runs out, they're still being staked. You can remove them. You can unstake them anytime. They're still generating revenue. But as soon as you unstake them, obviously you're not getting any more revenue distribution. But you don't need to lock them up again. If they're unlocked and you can do whatever with them, but you decide to keep them on the staking platform, then you're still generating revenue distribution. But you have maybe your 2x waiting for the 12 months of locking them up. Plus, you have the freedom to unstake them any moment. So that's the ideal position you can get in. For example, I staked a portion of my LV coins for just a few months because for different reasons. Most of them I have for 12 months, so I get the highest weighting. But those I only have a bit of weighting, which annoys me now, right? Like now I have to unstake them. I have to restake them for 12 months to actually get the full revenue distribution that I can from that portion of my LV tokens.
Sorry to hear that he was struggling like that. I know whenever your family member is sick, it's hard on everybody. And he moved on about 5 months ago, and it seemed like, at least from the outside looking in, it was largely well received because it was for health issues and not like him being like, oh, fuck this project, I don't believe in it anymore, But then he recently sort of entered back in the sphere, so I'm hopeful that he's feeling better. But it was a little bit in an odd way. He's launching what I think can only be described as like a meme coin or project, and he said it's like a joke.
It looks like the ultimate meme coin. It's so degenerate. I've never seen anything like that. I'm in the Discord. It looks fun, but funny to see.
Project with joke utility, so at least he's being upfront about that. But it's called Dorge, and it's basically a blend of like Dogecoin and Goblin Town. And then some people in the community were a little bit upset because he was like, I don't think he was, but some people in his circle were like DMing Illuvium community members and trying to get them on board to invest and to retweet stuff. And they felt like it was a little bit, I don't want to put words in people's mouth. I don't know what they felt like, but they were a little bit upset about it. Is that something that you are connected to? Did you give him permission to do that? He also, I should add, clarified to somebody that he didn't ask his team members to go after people in the Illuvium community. That was maybe something that they did on their own. And this person was Synthaman, who is also obviously connected to Kane. So somehow it's all sort of, I'm sure they're all buddies because they all know each other or whatever. I'm going to just kind of give you the floor there to just say whatever you want on that situation, because it's a little bit weird.
Look, I've got no idea what that guy does. I don't see anything online from him. I haven't spoken to him since he's left Illuvium. I wish him well, all power to him. He can do whatever he wants. He doesn't need permission from me, doesn't need permission from anyone. People can make up their own opinion on what that looks like, leaving a project and starting another one. And, I don't have any opinion on that. I don't care. I'm too busy to, as I touched on, the stupid decision of launching 3 games at once comes with a lot of headaches. Me worrying about what my brother is building in terms of a meme coin doesn't even enter my head, honestly.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough there. the last thing I want to do is just kind of give you the opportunity, if I didn't touch on anything that you've heard and been frustrated with and want to be able to speak to, the floor is yours. I really respect and appreciate how open you've been and that you've been able to acknowledge some fault and also give a clear direction of where you guys are moving forward. And I just want to say thank you for your time, Kieran. And of course, if you want to say anything else, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no worries. So I think it was Annie who reached out and said, "Hey, just letting you know, these guys have run a space and it got pretty heated, and there was a little bit of dissing of Illuvium and potentially even of me and whatever." And it was light, and I was like, what's new? Of course, there's going to be people that talk shit, and I talk shit also. It's totally fine. Being Australian, you don't take too much to heart. I can tell you that. But my God, can I give it back? And so I said to this person, I was like, well, Annie actually reached out and said, "Hey, do you want to jump on a podcast?" And I would do it anyway, right? I honestly do not care what has been said. It's no issue for me whatsoever. But just want to say, look, we have humility, right? Like, as you can see here, this is not a show. This is me as raw as you're going to get me. And we've made so many mistakes. I think if you don't make mistakes going through this type of journey of ups and downs and crazy decisions and all of this kind of stuff, it would be the luckiest thing in the world. Now, unfortunately, we're not that lucky. We're lucky enough, but we're not that lucky. And so, but we're not pretending. We're not out here saying like, we're perfect, everyone else sucks, and that's it, right? There are so many good gaming studios that are building now. 3 years ago, yeah, we were pretty much the only studio that I thought was in this space that could actually build something. Now it's a different story. And so you're not going to hear me come out and say, every game is trash or whatever. It's changed. And for 2-3 years, I've been saying, like, we need other games to go parabolic. Like, that would be so good for us. It's not even funny, right? Like, there's so many gamers that are going to come into this space over the next 5 to 10 years. If we get multiple games in different genres actually breaking into mainstream. So when I saw Parallel, I was like, yes, like, we need more of these. And I feel like, and I was like this in the start, right? Like, I was very much like, we're going to be better than you. And I almost was like, I hope they're not successful. And it was a stupid take. It was really bad, right? Like, because instead of me looking at it like, if they're successful, they bring us up. Even if we're not as good, we get brought up in this bucket. I was looking at it through a poor lens. And I can admit that, and I can say I was 100% wrong. But now I see it in other people, and I'm like, dude, like, the hate that you send our way, and like everything is trash and nothing is valuable that they've ever built, and then they go out and shill 4 or 5 other games. It's like, I hope those 4 or 5 other games do really well, because if you've been here long enough, you understand that, right? And you know that one game being successful helps us all. And so, I don't look at other people and say, how dare you, and what an asshole. Like, I'm too busy to do that. But at the same time, I get it, right? Like, I get that mentality of like, we're competing, screw you, we're going to shove your head underwater and we'll live and you'll die. Like, I totally get it. I just thought it would be an interesting AMA to come on and have a chat with you. I don't think I've spoken to you before. And so, yeah, just wanted to, clear the air and say this is what we're doing.
Yeah, really, really appreciate it, man. Wishing the best for you and the Illuvium squad. Excited to see some of the updates that come, Q4, early Q1, Q2. It's a wild world that we live in. And, as people say, like, a rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's kind of what you're alluding to with Web3 gaming. It's like the competition is needed in some stages, and then other times it's more about camaraderie. And I think at the end of the day, if you guys win, we'll all win. And if somebody else wins, then you guys will have a better chance at winning. It's just like, let's let's get there together. But Kieran, thank you so much for your time, man. I really, really appreciate it, and hoping we can talk again in the future, man.
No worries. Thanks, Sam. Really appreciate you having me on.
Sheesh. What an AMA that was, eh? Crazy. Really, really good. Really, really good. I say thank you for both of them because I'm butchering their content to make it my own. But hey, I wanted to look at this for a while. I'm glad we did it together. And yeah, I got nothing to say. I hope I didn't pause too much. I tried to give a little bit of my perspective for some things that were said, but hey, most of the times they said it all, or Kieran said it all. It was really good. Really good interviewer, really good answers. And I liked how honest and truthful and no bullshit agenda they both had. Like they were both really straightforward, just getting down to the nitty gritty and speaking their mind. Mostly Kieran because he was answering the questions, right? That was cool. Wow. It's nice to see. I'm gonna maybe rewatch it again and try to take some pointers on, because I really liked how Sam was was phrasing his questions to Kieran. So maybe I can learn a thing or two there for my upcoming AMA with Aaron. I do want to improve my speech more. I think it's a bit harder. I'm sure he's native English speaking. I think it's a bit harder if you're not native speaking to, you know, always say exactly what you mean, but I think I'm getting there. It's getting better and better. That was really good. Yeah, that was solid. I'm like, I could go to bed now. You know, like you feel like a hot bath or something like this, like a day at the spa. That's how I feel now. I feel like content inside. So heads off. That was amazing. That was really good. Oh, that's nice to see. I think we're gonna call it here. It has been 4 hours. I don't know. If you guys keen, we can jump in 1-2 arena games until I'm tilted, but I think it's gonna happen really fast. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be back tomorrow. I also gotta, you know, change the sheet of my hedgehog. I think he pooped again. And give him another hot water bottle to lay on so he doesn't get cold. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. I'd like to keep the streams not too long, a little bit on the shorter side, but yeah, hopefully keep doing it every day and be on a streaming streak again. I'm all free for the weekend, so we're gonna keep going. And I see you guys tomorrow with some more Illuvium dailies. I'm sure we can think about stuff to do. Probably gonna buy a lot more Illuvials, try to fuse them into perfect ones. And mainly I want to get onto the mission of leveling my best Illuvials, the ones I use most in the gauntlet. Because it cannot be that far away until we go into more PvP incentivized, into tournaments and stuff like this. I'm very hopeful for the next few months that we... Man, once we have ranked, once we have tournaments, once we have constant PvP action where I will just be playing every day, all day, trying to rank up, trying to become the best in the game. It's gonna be hard, but it's not impossible. And I'm glad you guys are with me on this journey. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I see you back tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, or morning, or day, wherever you are. Adios, amigos.